What's up, guys? Welcome back. Let me make sure everything's in place. We had a big storm yesterday, so I think the power got knocked out, but you know, that's all fine. I restarted the PCs. I think we're okay. I was a little bit worried because I had the window open, and you know, it's not like my green screen. Well, you guys can't see it because it's a green screen, and I'm keying it out. But it's not like it's flimsy. It's just, I think if strong wind were to hit it, it could maybe knock it over. Thankfully, it didn't do that, though. Thankfully, it didn't do that. I don't know, I gotta be more careful about watching the weather reports and seeing when there might be strong winds. Hey, C-Spawn. Hello, German guy. I don't know if I have any German blood in me. I likely have French blood in me. I have Danish blood in me. I have English blood in me. I mean, who knows? You know, if you come from Europe, you probably have a little bit of everything in you, right? Can you remember which country you're in? I'm in Poland. If I were in Germany, I'd be making a lot more money than I make here. So I wanted to, okay, so this is, long story short, I want to overhaul the ATM. Because as we discussed, as we found out, my gamepad support for the ATM kind of sucks. And I don't know what I'm doing wrong, right? I tell it to set user focus and it just doesn't work. And I don't know what it is. So I'm thinking you might just replace the ATM, like, let me put it more clearly. Replace the widgets on the ATM with actual buttons. So when you're entering the PIN number, you know, you're down here actually typing in the PIN number. But we might need like a visual redesign of the ATM to assist with that. Like moving the keypad up or something up here. We're gonna get that figured out. But either way, I want physical buttons on the ATM as opposed to a widget. And then what we can do is use the same gamepad setup that we have for the gallery, which I think works extremely well from my point of view. And the way that works is, let me get that initiated here. Be plugged in. There we go. Somehow my battery is 0. I kind of hope I didn't fry the battery of my PS5 controller. That would kind of suck. The way it works over here is quite nice. And I just made that myself. The sad reality is that this works a lot better than actual widget focus in the engine. So I just want to do this over at the ATM because otherwise I could just spend the next 24 hours pissing around not figuring it out and maybe getting some half-assed solution to kind of work until I find another bug. This just works. Like, this is Todd Howard level. Okay, it kind of works. It's not working. Okay, I can fix that. Don't look at it. Don't look at the bugs. One big country anyway, if you ask me. Sometimes they act like it. It's funny, some people of like the older generations in Silesia, which is like Western Poland where I'm from, do sometimes consider themselves more German than Polish. Very weird. Lots of history behind that one. I don't know. I'm not going to speak on it with any authority. I think what we need to do in the device switches is just to reset all of the materials. Where is it? There it is. I thought I would have been clearing it though. Switch device. Clear section selection. I mean, that should be going through each and just unselecting them. Did I not set that up? Curious. Never go full Todd Howard. I think Bethesda has reaped what it sowed. By wanting to get more people into Fallout and the Elder Scrolls, they naturally had to, well, they thought they had to, and maybe they did have to, dumb down the RPG elements so that it appealed to a more casual audience. And that's what they have now. They have casual games. And to be very serious, why is that doing that? What the fuck? What's going on? What the fuck is this shit? Something happened to Final Fantasy and Dragon Age? Yeah, I think that same thing happened to a lot of AAA games. And arguably speaking, you could say that it is one of the reasons why AAA games are likely in the state that they are today, where they have such bloated budgets because they are trying to make something that appeals to so many different people, and by doing so, the game appeals, it doesn't have anything unique to say. Like, I played through the entirety of Dragon Age Veilguard on stream. It had nothing interesting to say. Nothing. There was no controversy, there was no ethical or moral questioning that occurred. It was so bland and generic and bad. It had nothing. What's going on is that I went full Todd Howard, apparently. I wonder what's getting triggered. Something weird is happening. Every second is triggering switch device? Did I fuck something up yesterday? Or, not yesterday, last week? Wife is Polish, yes. I bet I changed something to try to get the ATM to work, but by doing so, I fucked it up. Let me see. I mean, all that was removing. Is it perhaps triggering this? No, literally set input device is getting hit. Why? It's on a timer too, so one of the timers is hitting it. Who made you? Huh? Are you Joe? Yes, that's my name. That's me. I swear autocorrect is getting worse. Well, kids these days can't read or write anyway, so. You know, I could see a strong argument for removing autocorrect. Force the Zoomers and Gen A to, or Gen Alpha, whatever the fuck they're called. Actually think about what they're typing. Autocorrect should be limited to people aged 21 and up. Simple. There's my law. That'll fix America. I bet I had deleted this because it wasn't making anything better, but it fixes some problems. That's weird though, it shouldn't be hitting that. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be hitting that. What are we doing? Yeah. Calculator should be regulated for people aged 21 and up. I think for simple stuff.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Yeah. I think calculators should be regulated to certain things. But if you're doing like basic addition, basic subtraction, multiplication, division, whatever, no calculator.
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
Nuh-uh. Only some days. What is triggering that every second? What the fuck? It's literally only being called 3 places. This has a delay of 1 second. This could be doing it. Are we creating like endless startup pop-ups or something? What? Huh? How? How was that triggering? Get all widgets of class. Print string. Oops. Length me, bitch. Show me your length. How is event construct getting repeatedly triggered? Especially because the moment that close pop-up gets hit, we're removing it from its parent. Like, it shouldn't... It shouldn't trigger anything. Unless it will keep doing that until the garbage gets collected, in which case... If I collapse it... Yeah, but if I collapse it, it's not going to remove it from parent, will it? Because I don't think that'll get run. Calculator should be on a subscription. Everything is on a subscription model these days. Your mom is on a subscription model. She's on OnlyFans. I don't think that's getting hit, but I'm gonna try to print it either way. What the hell? Widget, why? You are removed, you're collapsed, you're removed from parent, you can't tick, you're not there. Fine. Fine, collect the garbage then. Do it. That's what I thought. You're garbage, widget. Bitch. Can't bug out now. God, that's annoying. I mean, manually collecting the garbage is no big deal right now, but still, that's just dumb. It's annoying and it's dumb. And it still wasn't telling me why I was getting hit in the first place. I don't think I have like a timer by event here. No, there's no timer. Weird. Okay, so now that that bug is fixed, we can get back to talking about what I wanted to talk about, which was overhauling the ATM. That's my goal. I want to get rid of the widgets where we can, and then replace the pin input with an actual physical numpad, the same way that we do this. So I'm gonna kind of just, I'm gonna get the functionality implemented, and then I'm gonna leave it up to the artist, to Rex, to remake the ATM in a way that will be a little bit more visually visible. And that'll probably require bringing up the well, we can move the camera down a little bit, but then we can maybe just make the screen smaller. So it doesn't need to be this big, and then make the keypad visible. And that way we can replace all of these buttons with actual numpad keys. And this can just be the accept button, so we just need the numpad, the green button, and then maybe we can use like one of the yellow buttons or something for the help. And all we're gonna put on here is non-focusable, non-interactable shit. That's it. Nostalgic music? I agree, man. Back when Minecraft was simple. Now that you have like copper golems and shit sorting things for you. See, back in my day, when you wanted to sort stuff into chests, you had to do some crazy fucking setups with hoppers and mine carts. That was making kids smart. Honestly, not a fan of replacing this kind of stuff with copper golems. Because I think a lot of kids and a lot of parents use Minecraft as an educational tool, and redstone is a really great way for them to think logically, to have spatial awareness, to plan, to do things in small, you know, to break up something larger into something smaller. I think that Minecraft, back when you had to make stuff like this, seriously was making kids smarter. No doubt about it. I would defend that with my life. What did that do? So what this does is it's a sorting system in vanilla Minecraft. So this would allow you to probably put something into a sorter chest. I don't know where the sorter chest is, but it might be like here or something. And it would automatically sort things based on the configurations of the hoppers by running a minecart with chests in it across the hoppers, which would pull the items that they're looking for and then deposit them into the chests. Obviously very easy to do with mods in Minecraft, but doing vanilla was a lot of work. It was also kind of like a prestige, like, hey, I built this thing. I built an automatic sorter in vanilla Minecraft. And now they replaced it with... Admittedly, these are cool, but they replaced them with copper golems that will do this for you now. I don't know. Make kids smart again. There's my red hat. How do I want to go about this? Do I make the... I can make the keypad... I'll make the keypad a separate blueprint. And we'll store all the minigame logic in that, and then just display it to the widget on the ATM. There's also like 3 different Minecrafts now. There's like 6 or something, if we want to include like mobile. There's like there's the iPad version, I think, which is separate, the Switch version, and all this other shit. You don't think it's as popular as it once was? Maybe not. I think maybe it has fallen off and been replaced by like Roblox and Fortnite. That being said though, I think Roblox appeals to... I would argue Roblox appeals to an even younger audience than Minecraft. That's my hot take for the day. I could be wrong, because I do not have the numbers in front of me.
Mr. President, wake up.
No! How you doing, Kent? I think we'll just try to keep it really simple. How big is that? I mean, it's pretty big, but it's not horrible. A little bit smaller. Called Coin Pusher Reloaded. I'm doing alright. Missed game dev. I'll be back visiting family in a few days. Girls play Roblox and boys play Fortnite. There's no way that's true. There's no way. There's no way. Jesus Christ. Dude, 39% of its player base is under 13. Although, to be fair, I think there are a lot of kids that get their parents to help sign them up, and they list themselves as over 18 so they can play on what are called adult servers. Don't somebody correct me on that, because I don't play the game. This is just what I've heard. So this number could be even higher. I mean, it says 44% female. I don't think that's too crazy. It's not like a game that is specifically targeted at men or women, so it's about equal. A lot of dress-up and Sims-like games. I think women are playing, well, probably not young girls, but I think they're playing Love in Deep Space, so they can have a period tracker. Gooner game for women. Keep track of your period. Look at this. Women want only one thing, and it's fucking disgusting. It's basically just a gacha Gooner game but for women. And there was a very untapped market for it. Kind of intriguing that you've heard of it. I don't keep too much up with like the mobile space, but I am curious about it just because it makes so much money. Like, it makes more money than any other platform or gaming, so it's something I at least try to keep my mind aware of the big names and what they're doing. So if, you know, like some new big game comes out, I will try it on mobile just to see what they're doing, what's working. It's technically part of my job. Yeah, it's again, it's like I don't remember what some of the ones I played recently are. I don't know if I can remember the names of them. There was one a little while ago that I think was actually pretty fun. I wonder if I can find it. I think it's from the same people that made AFK Arena. Yes, it was. Wait, was it? No. I could have sworn it was. Maybe not. I've yeah. Okay, I have played Nikkei. I have played Nikkei. Don't judge me. This is art. Alright? But honestly, I will say mobile games are getting pretty good. Like, they're really not bad. They're all gacha games, right? So they all have the same monetization, and therefore, because they have the same kind of monetization, they often have the same sort of gameplay loops and systems in place. Because it's proven that it works, so they just kind of all do it. Which, that is one of my biggest complaints. I don't mind playing a free game with some monetization, watch an ad here, buy some premium currency, whatever. It's annoying, but I'll do it as long as the game is kind of fun and it's relatively fair. And of all the gacha mechanics I've seen, Nikkei, I'm not sponsored by them. I kind of wish I was, because it's good for goon bait. It was a relatively fair gacha system, so. Better than Genshin Impact. What is Genshin Impact's, like, SSR rate? Genshin Impact. SSR rate. It's 0.6%. Dude. 0.6% for Genshin, where you get, like, I don't even know, like, what, 10% or 10 polls every reasonable play period. Uma Musume and Nikkei, I think both are like 3% for polls. So if you do a 10 poll, you have a 30% chance of getting an SSR, and I think that's pretty good. Soul Culture have seen if your gacha game is making more money than the rival gacha games. There is some chart, I think, and that's where I saw that, you know what, this might be a hint. This might have been what I saw. This is where Love and Deep Space was, I think, making more money than almost any other. But I think that the newer stats show Love and Deep Space is making more money. It's wild. And it's purely because women want to see hot dudes, and there's like no other game for them except this one. And Love and Deep Space doesn't even have that many characters. Like seriously, it only has, I think, like 4 characters or something. It's hard to even call it a gacha game. This is just all the characters. I need the... There's literally like 5. That's it. So I think there's a very untapped market for female gacha games, or you know, like female-centric gacha games. And you could make a lot of money if you just made a Gunner game for women. As is proven by the millions, tens of millions being made here by Love and Deep Space. And it was only April. I think there was a new, yeah, here's for June. Still raking in the tens of millions. Yeah, I mean, if we wanted to fund Cauldron Chronicles, that would be the way to do it. Can't ever tell anyone you made it, no pride in your art. You know, I think pride goes out the window when you show them, yeah, but I made $50 million in 1 month. I mean, it's not like the games are explicit, right? It's literally just a hot anime dude saying romantic things and flirting with you. That's it. If that is shameful, then any flirtation done in real life is also shameful. It's something ballsy. I spent 12 hours designing a generator gas welding system for my game today. A generator gas welding system. That sounds pretty cool. What's it play like? I do not want them to be too close. We need to refactor all the code. Well, yep, that's what happens. That's why, like, what, you know, I've been streaming game dev for, I don't know, a couple years now. And one of the things that I constantly have to tell new people that pop in is why my UI looks like shit. Because when you're refactoring systems, why would you ever want to put UI art in your game and then have to refactor it 12 times because you're still changing the system? And it's why when you see like MMOs being made, their UI often looks like absolute garbage. Such a waste of time to work on UI until your systems are done. 0 art besides assets. Yep, way to do it. Just try explaining that to players though. I don't know, just make these gray for the moment. I'll set like an overlay material on them. I'll do an enum for keys, and then we'll just set up that same data table like we did for the shooting gallery. And I'll just hard code all of the navigation. Better than dealing with widgets. But white boxing or gray boxing. Most people don't even have assets while making games, just white boxes. That's the right way to do it. So that's prototyping. Otherwise you have to do tons of iteration. Tons and tons. I've worked on a couple games where, well no, just one game where I think the production was done pretty poorly and there was way too much of a focus on making the game look pretty early on and then mocking up the gameplay, and it's like, I tried telling him, like, dude, you gotta do things the other way around. Spend your time refining the gameplay, mock up the art. But unfortunately, sometimes publishers buy with their eyes, you know? Gameplay's the most important thing first. Try explaining that to my previous managers. Jesus Christ. Like, oh, but if we just mock up the gameplay and then we, you know, make the art look really good, then it'll look like more of the game is finished. I'm like, so that's what you want. You want to give the impression that more of the game is finished even though it's not finished. That's gonna help us finish milestones. I'm sure that won't come back to bite us in the ass later on. All AAA games are shit. Well, I mean, I think to be fair, AAA games I think are usually produced pretty well. Like from a production standpoint, quality of the assets, of the bug fixing, but they just focus too much on things that don't provide the value that they think that they do. I mean, I played all of Dragon Age Veilguard. It's a horrible game. I hate it. It was really bad. But from a technical standpoint, from like a stability standpoint, that game was flawless. I just wish they had spent a little bit of that money on the writing. Okay, this looks silly, but this is actually just the easiest way to do this. Hate to say it. Also, RuneScape is popular as hell right now and looks like Play-Doh. There's a lot of people that won't play OSRS though, just because they think that it looks like shit. And the brilliant part of it looking like, the brilliant part of the way that it looks in the same way that like WoW is great in that way, to some extent, is because it just makes asset creation so much easier. Like they don't have to spend time making the models look like, you know, this is something out of New World. And I think that modern MMOs that try to spend $300-400 million on making some realistic looking MMO are always going to suffer the fact that in order to create content for, you know, like a new biome, a new region, a new set of quests, they have to match this level of visual quality in those new places. And meanwhile, OSRS can use, you know, 3 to 5 J mods and pump out some awesome new content in a fraction of the time. Meanwhile, you're spending 30 to 50 people here to make a new raid or something. And then of course, because it costs so much, you have to maintain that with monetization. It's untenable. But time, yeah, take care, C-Spawn. I'll probably still be streaming when you wake up, maybe. I'm gonna hard code my navigation. This is the plan. Data tape. I mean, we see a lot of people in this chat that want to make a new MMO, right? And they pitch me their idea for it, and you know the numbers just keep going up in my head, and then they seem surprised when I tell them, yeah, okay, it's gonna cost, you know, it's gonna cost you $50 million. That's just what games cost. It's what it. You want to compete with old school RuneScape, World of Warcraft, and Final Fantasy XIV, you're gonna have to spend the money for it, or make something make something very trim and niche that it can appeal to people that are tired of playing those games. And I think there's a lot of room for niche MMO games, but they don't get made because everybody wants to make the new big fantasy MMORPG. And even a game that on its surface literally does everything you would expect an MMORPG to do for their game, just does it so generically that, again, hundreds of millions of dollars wasted. I don't know if they're even making enough money to keep up with content creation for this game at this point. It's a good soundtrack though. Mystery is weird. All the old games are great because people came up with new ideas and everyone's scared to try something new and lose money. I think there are a lot of developers that would try it, but they need the support for it. And indie publishers are scared because right now they have the cream of the crop. They are basically at a buffet. They've paid $15 for all access to a buffet, and they can say, nah, looks like shit. Too risky. Might not like it. You know what? That's safe. I like the taste of it. So do a lot of people. I'll take that. And you can pitch them something relatively, you know, small in budget, like $1 to $2 million, and they're not going to bite at it, even though the return on investment might be extremely high. It's very frustrating, to be honest. I was in that exact position with Golden Chronicles. We need the... What did I do for the shooting gallery data? Yeah, up index, down index, but then I just did integers. In this case, I'll just do enums. The main issue is putting down blueprints for what a game should be. I don't think genres are a good idea for games. Sure, they're a good way to classify games, but don't build games based on genres. I kind of agree with you, really. It's when you limit yourself to making the same iteration of all the other bullshit on the market. I do agree. I think that so many people before Baldur's Gate 3, and Baldur's Gate 3 is not the best example here because it's Larian Studios, it had high production value. I agree with some of the people on the developer side saying that we shouldn't use this as the go-to example of what a game should be, because it had a massive budget, like hundreds of millions of dollars of budget. Most games do not have that size. But a lot of people would have said before Baldur's Gate 3 that nobody wants to buy turn-based strategy games. If you make a good game, people will buy it. I mean, Expedition 33 is yet another example of that, actually, too. So, I agree, don't focus on genres, just focus on something interesting, and if it's fun, and it's enjoyable, and it's entertaining, people will buy it. There will always be people that say, well, I didn't buy it because I'm not really a big fan of turn-based strategy, but there are people who will buy it simply because so many other people are playing it, and they've heard good things about it, and they will broaden their interests. It's like you go to a restaurant, and everybody is eating a food that you don't like, but there's a line going outside the fucking door for people wanting this one thing on the menu that you're like, I just don't think I'll like the taste of it. But you might try it. I mean, everybody else seems to love it. It can't be bad, can it? So you try it and you're like, okay, it's actually kind of good. Maybe I do like this food. How many keys do we have? We have 12. Okay. This is not the way to do this, by the way. But it's going to work, so I'm going to do it. Don't follow my example. Code the rules, script the exceptions. I could put little placeholder text on these. The accept and help buttons, because they are... those would have to be localized. Doing it in world might be a little bit tricky. I'll communicate that to the artist when we are giving these proper meshes. Make generic green and generic yellow button, and then I'll just throw a little text render on top of it or something. Doesn't have to be too crazy. Okay, core key 0. Up should go to 8. Null the rest. One up here. Down 4, right 2. Null the others. 2. Left 1, right 3, down 5. Null up. 3, oops, 3 null. Down 6. Left 2, right would be help. Up 1, down 7, left null, right 5. How you doing, Charles? Up 2, down 8, left 4, right 6. Playing with their Discord bots. What are you doing with Discord bots? What are you doing? What if I make all my support feedback system work from a Discord with a Discord bot? And I did. I've seen a couple games do that. It's quite nice. The problem is there are some people that just won't join Discord. But I'm sure you have a backup. To be fair, Discord is kind of getting shittier these days. What are you gonna do? Down 0, left null, right 8. Babbly boobly. How you doing, Kenchis? Up. Down 0. Left 7. Right 9. Try to focus here, give me a sec. I think that's pretty good. It's a silly way to do navigation, but it's not supposed to be scalable, it just needs to work, so this is the lowest cost, least headache solution that will work a hell of a lot better than fucking widgets. That I can tell you for sure. Backup's the actual website I made, it's full-fledged. Discord is just something I wanted to play with. Reuses my website API, so it's reusable. That's nice. Discord bots can be pretty powerful. Oh, hold on, that's not what I wanted. Put a dialogue system in your game? Uses JSON files. Gotta say, I thought it would be harder than it was to make a robust dialogue system. It can be. I mean, depends on what your dialogue system looks like. If it's just like moving from one to another, easy. The moment you have like choices and requirements, rewards, stuff like that, it can get pretty complex pretty fast. I can tell you from experience. I mean, my chat knows if they watch me working on like Spoon's dialogue in Colden Chronicles. Oh man. It gets really, really crazy really, really fast. Even one of my old systems, like I was doing it, I don't know how long ago, like 5 years ago? I had a really, really old system for setting stuff up like this, and even this got really complex at a certain point. The big trouble I had with the JSON files is that if you wanted to do complex branching dialogue, you would have had to flowchart it in another piece of software and then either manually recreate it in the JSON or have some sort of export. But even then it wouldn't do everything that I needed it to do. That was a headache at a certain point. Nav keys. We just need the direction. Current nav key. For your dogs to be all in engine, same. Same with complex branch and erase types of checks events running on each branch. JSON can be quite limiting, but could work. I think you can do it. It just you wouldn't be able to do some. I think you wouldn't be able to do something very complex, because it would get really out of control fast, very, very quickly. But if your game is simple and it doesn't have a whole lot of dialogue, then you should be just fine. That's not the enum that I want. Nav key. I think at start minigame 2, we'll set current nav key to 0. Or not 0, to 1. We're gonna replace these meshes. I just want to get the system working. Overlay. What was the overlay material that I used? M gallery section. I have no idea how that would look on the keypad. I can see it looking different. You know what? The old overlay material might look better on the straight cube. Yeah, I'll show you what we did for Cauldron Chronicles. This was tough. I mean, the good thing is that this definitely for sure told me that we would need a dedicated narrative designer and 2 writers minimum to do this game. Just because of how complex the branching was in this and how many different choices were saved and checked at any given time, or different events that played. This was nasty. It was fun, but it was nasty. And then just all the different encounters too, for making sure that people showed up when they were supposed to. There was a lot of data. Oof. A lot of choices too. Oh wait, nope, never mind, this is the old one. That was the old one. The new one is even more scarier. That's right, we put in a different one. Here was all the data for all the different saved outcomes and choices. Ooh. Can I post a link here? Yeah, go for it. It was cool though. There was a lot of little micro reactivity to certain things that were said. And I think as an RPG, it was like a choose your own, as a, you know, choice driven game. I think that Golden Chronicles was very strong. You miss Spoon's dialogue? Don't worry, you will get more Spoon. If we can create this platformer game that we're working on, you will get more Spoon. Number 5. I think some of the crazier ones, although they were pretty crazy, would be like 2A. It's a platformer game in the Golden Chronicles universe where you play as Spoon. I'm gonna have fun with that game. Arcanite Foundry? Oh, is this your feedback thing? Blue Sky. Shows all the issues from U-Track. That's pretty cool. How long did it take you to make this? A week? Not bad. It's very nice. I'll contract you to make one of these for us if you're open for it. Nice and fast, though, very responsive. What's that one, like, super fast, responsive website meme? What is that website? You guys don't know what I'm talking about, do you? There's some like automotive parts website or like industrial parts website that is considered one of the most craziest, fastest websites in the world. Yours reminds me of that. I like it. I like the page. It feels, like I said, very responsive, very fast. I like being able to sort it. It's good. Check the above very long message. Which one? You guys will get more spoon. Don't worry. We're gonna have fun with him. And we're gonna have a proper model for him too. Go about your system. Positive and negative choice, depending on what you choose. Recipe sees a question if you lie to him, but pressing no, you have to do extra work to earn his trust. Utter by pressing yes instead, you would have to go through that trouble, not too complex, just the right amount. Yeah, I think, I mean, you make the complexity that you need, right? Not the complexity that you... Don't overcomplicate the system, because if you add in a bunch of bullshit that you're not going to use in your system, then you're just opening up the door for more bugs. Don't make the mistake that a lot of indie devs make, where they will like make the perfect system that is perfectly scalable in every single way and does everything that they could ever want for it. But it's so complex that if they need to change it later, which they will, they have to like refactor all the code, and then they're stuck in this refactoring hell for one or two systems that they don't know how to actually use in a full game. You make what you need at the time that you need it, and if you know that it will need to be scalable, design it well. If you know that it won't need to be scalable, don't worry about making it scalable. I'm hard coding my key navigation. Why? Because it's not scalable. It's not meant to be. And I will have it done today. I will have it done in like an hour or two maximum. That's how you get shit done. I need that simple overlay material. This one was complex. 3-5 overlay material. Where was it? Here it was. And this is a surface mask. Two-sided sign, multiply, 1 minus, constant, vertex, normal, WS, another multiply, constant, WPO, I'm gonna have to leave my computer on overnight because I haven't been able to build the fucking game yet to test out dev environment. I don't know, maybe shaders are a pain in the ass. What do you mean you haven't been able to build? Are you in Unreal or someplace else? Is it like erroring out, or? Your first build, depending on what your game is, the first build shouldn't take more than like 30 minutes to an hour. The more assets you have, though, the more you have to compile. Oh, it's Unity? Well, I don't know about Unity then. It's all CPU dependent, so maybe you have a slow CPU or something. If I have to recompile all shaders of Golden Chronicles, man, those builds took me like 3 hours. And then after they were all compiled, I could just do another build in like 5 minutes. So that's nice. Hard to see. Never liked that material. This material is so shit. +3 days? What the hell is... What are you putting in there? Yeah, what's in your game that's taking that long? I don't need noise. I'll just have the artist make something that looks better than that. I mean, technically I could just use I could just use a green selector right now. Just like a green material for the selected one. Doesn't really matter. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll just make like a quick proto orange. Yeah, something's weird if it's taking that long to build. I mean, shit, I could build Coin Dozer right now and it definitely shouldn't take that long. Possible to link a screenshot that hasn't been uploaded to the internet, like a screenshot of the screen, open it with my browser. Does that work? Not here. It would work in like Discord where it has embeds, but Twitch does not have embeds. I mean, even without multi-threaded rendering, if you just have like a blank screen. I mean, do you have any assets in your project? Like anything? Even like an asset pack? Okay, let's grab data table row, ATM nav, break. If we are equal, set nav key. Hold on. I need the direction. Only if, though, it is not equal to null. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know then. I don't know enough about Unity though. It does not work. That is on your computer. That's a local file. Do a for each with break. Or if we wanted to avoid repeat, let me think here. Could we? No, because we don't know what it is yet, so we don't want to unselect. Or we could just unselect all. That would be even easier. I can just do the for loop first and unselect. And then this will run the selection. Correct. You know what, I'll just make an array. Keep it simple. Bug it. Get it working first. Hey, your music or am I haunted by Minecraft? That is my music. But also, you are haunted by Minecraft. Have fun. Well, if you were haunted by a ghost, would the hotness of the ghost matter? Like, let's say it was the ghost of some hot chick, right? Wouldn't mind so much. I have to do things a little bit differently or I'm gonna get a bug here. We don't want that. We don't even need to use the boolean. We haven't changed the nav key, so not like we cleared it or anything. Let's see, where's my ATM input context? Yeah, we'll need the navigation. and then the input. Can be haunted by a pedo serial killer, and I'd still love that, simply because that means there's potentially life after death. Billy Mays here. What if you were haunted by Billy Mays? Except the redirector. Oops, not that. No redirectors. I think Obama's here. He's not dead. Obama's alive. IA. ATM. Nav up. Nav down. Nav left. Nav right. Then we need select. A D-pad up. D-pad down. D-pad left. D-pad right. Base button bottom. That looks good. Start ATM minigame. Set current nav key. Can you explain to me why people saying I'm not racist, my ex is X? Like, to me that seems like a valid argument. If someone says they aren't racist because they have a black friend, is that not valid? You can have friends and still think that you're superior to them, so I don't think it's a valid argument, because you could have a black friend and still think that because of their skin color they are inferior to you. I think if you're in an argument with somebody, I don't think it's a strong argument. But in most cases where you have to use that as an argument, you are likely discussing with somebody that is not wanting to have an honest discussion. There's a lot of people that don't want to have honest discussions these days. And the smart thing to do, because you usually can't change people's minds if they're wanting to come into a discussion to like win. Just don't have that discussion. Just say, I don't think you want to have an honest discussion, so I don't want to discuss this with you. They'll probably try to rope you back in by saying, oh, that's just because you're a racist. You know that I would expose you. Walk away. You've won. Run out the clock. The less you say, the less crazy you look. Does that make sense? Because I feel superior to my only friend. He lives in the mirror. I hate him. He just mimics everything I do. Add mapping context. Well, I'm already doing the mapping context through Switch camera. Not the right place to put them, but that's what you get when you make a game jam game. We should be fine to set input on that. We're gonna have to reconfigure some of this. But that's fine. So Rex, we're gonna have to remake the ATM, and the reason being I want to get rid of the interactable widgets on this, and instead use the keypad. But of course, the keypad right now is too low, so we're going to remake it with this button setup, the same 1 to 9, then 0, no plus or minus, and then just 2 buttons on the right. But we cannot give them text on the material itself because we can't localize that. We could do... Actually, we could just do pictures instead. Like a little question mark and then maybe just a green accept button. Hey Bastion. How you doing, dude? It has been a long while. Hope you're doing well. Can't figure out why he's so good at miming. I'm just gonna test this out by putting it here. And then hard code the shit out of it. Just for testing purposes. Hold on, it's still pulling focus because of the stupid pop-up. It's still pulling focus. You know what I hate? It's actually kind of working now. Oh no, it's not. Never mind. It's not. It ain't working. That's why we're replacing it. That's the smart move. Been a busy time. It has been. I'm in the same boat. Caught up with Develop Brighton. How did that go? A bit loud. Really good. Nice to meet a lot of people. If only know online and have a pint with them and then just chat games and development in general. Hey, you and I got to do that someday too. Get out to like Gamescom or something, or if you can come to Poland. Well, let's be honest, Digital Dragons is... meh. City's nice. Oh. Not working, okay. Ignore the widgets back here, I'm only caring about this little keypad. Be Gamescom this year as well? I will not be this year. But probably next year I will be. Let me print this. Was actually getting hit? Or something eating them? I think it's just the widget eating them. I can fix that. What was the issue with the ATM UI? It focused bullshit. I'm deleting it. I'm only deleting some of it. I'm only deleting the interactable stuff. It's like the buttons and shit. Let me just delete all the size boxes. No, it couldn't focus. I mean, it's not even that it... I'm tired of focus. I don't want to deal with focus. Fuck focus. Everything's broken about it. So we can do it in a better way. Don't need that, don't care. None of those. Delete that. It looks a bit sillier, but that's fine. Oops, I have the up and down wrong on that. Why is it setting the first one to orange and then not changing it? Did I miss one of these? Proto gray. Okay, true. As long as it's not equal to null, set the current nav key. I mean, I know it's definitely not gonna like that that's unhooked. Well, maybe it will. Sometimes it can spit out warnings for that shit, though. It won't this time. Yeah, this is way better than dealing with widget focus. Fuck widgets. Actually, I do like widgets, but I just don't like gamepad support for widgets. That shit's broken. Even on a good day. It's so weird why that first one. I mean, we do the initial setup. You set the material. Oh, it's the overlay material. Okay, hold on. Wrong thing. That's why I was doing that. And then the nav between the accept and help buttons was wrong. Yeah, we're making progress. Like, we have localization, we have all our options, we have the save game, all the stats, like everything is there. It's just gamepad support. Gamepad support fucking sucks. Hate it. I'm going to deliberately make games without gamepad support now. I'm gonna put all the interactable stuff in the world itself, so you never have to focus a UI element. ever. Even changing resolution of it. You want to increase the volume, jump on the button that corresponds to the volume level that you want. Oh no, it is working properly. I just have the buttons backwards. That's the issue. Cool. Custom navigation. You love to see it. Making sure all the directions work. Yep, looks good. Okay, we'll have to reconfigure how the pin is entered then. And that should be pretty easy. So instead of you like going up and down on each of them and then it saves that, although we could, no, we'll do it this way. So we'll just do it entering from like the left to right or something. I can do that. Use little dashes as intermediaries. Yeah, that's doable. That's doable. ATM nav select. It's a weird name for the function, but it'll work. Okay, current pin is being stored as an array, that's fine. I'll do the same thing here. I mean, I can probably make it a little bit better. I don't know, it's like either I save it as an array and then I just check the individual numbers separately, or I save it as, you know, like an actual 4-digit integer and then I break that into an array to check each of them. Well, I mean, I can check if it's the same, but I do need to check each individually because then I have to propagate whether or not that digit exists in the pin number and if it's in the correct position, so storing it as an array of integers is probably the right way to do it. It'll make it easier to copy over too. You know what I can just do? I'll just leave it all here, and then I'll just make calls between it. That's the lowest effort solution. rather than moving my logic around. So I don't need a table for the coin. The one we have now is fine. But I'm gonna tell you, honestly, there is a hidden cube here. Because once again, it makes the coins move better. So rather than just constantly refactoring the table, I know it's wild. It's absolutely wild. I can't explain why. The collision looks fine for the table. The collision absolutely looks fine. And yet still something is weird. I can't explain it. But I think we tested it last week, and again the coin win to loss ratio or gain to loss ratio was about 2.5 times better with the cube than without the cube. It's crazy. So don't worry about that. It's working. It's fine. I don't touch the table anymore. Waste of time. What we need is a redesign of the ATM with the keypad and a smaller screen. And that's what we'll need for sure. We'll need you know what? We'll need a clear button too, I think. Yeah, let me get the functionality prototyped, and then once I pass it over to you, we can get that. So, but essentially, the short of it is that we need like this moved up, or the screen moved down, whatever. We just need like the screen closer to the keypad so that it's all visible in one one frame. And then we'll need a keypad that will match this setup. Although I need to add one more key to it, which will be the clear key. And then instead of putting the text on the button itself, we should probably try to use icons. Icons and colors. Because we can't localize the text on the material itself. And then if we have like German and the word clear becomes 50 letters long because welcome to Germany. Yeah. Decals, I mean, we just need 3 buttons. The numbers aren't going to change depending on localization. But the text would, so we can just use icons or whatever. It doesn't, nothing too crazy. Either icons or decals. We're just gonna have a clear, help, and enter. We can use, like red, yellow, and green for that. Yeah, like, yeah. Check mark X, any icon / symbol, and then like a question mark for the help. It's fine with me. Anything that would prevent us from having to localize it. Since it is so small. ATM keypad, add number. Let me add the clear key. Should have done that first. The keys themselves will have to be... Just make them separate meshes too, because, you know, the way that it works here. It's not the most elegant solution, but it does work. I want to be done with gamepad this week. I don't want to touch it again. Never again. Am I... Oh, I did bind those. I'm linking it directly to the number. I want to do it while changing the least amount possible, but I think that I will have to do a little bit of refactoring. Data, ATM, navigation. Oh, it's over here. I gotta fix up the buttons a little bit. I'm gonna switch these around. Look. Where did my there it is. We'll do help, clear, accept. So 3 right should go to help. Six right should go to clear. Right to accept. Left to 3, down to clear. Then we have clear, up to help, down to accept, left to 6, right to null, think that's good. That'll work. Oops. Up should be going to clear on accept. We'll fix that. You know what the worst part about the focus shit too is if you try to set up navigation and widgets, it can sometimes just reset completely. So you can like take a complex widget, set up all the custom navigation, compile, save, and then it just resets everything. I don't know what they're doing to nav, but it's clearly broken. At least in 5.6 it is broken as shit. And ironically, making my own custom navigation like this takes less time and is more robust. Which is just wild to think about. Mainly though, how do we want to show these keys? Get rid of the left padding on here. Why does that have padding? What's that empty space? What I could do is move these. Okay, so what I'll do is this. Wrap this with a vertical box. And just throw that here. Then it'll get centered anyway. And do that for each of these. That's better. Right pad that. Why is the padding so weird? What's getting fucked here? Oops, not that one. I might change how those, like the pin entry numbers work. Or look, I should say. Automatic clearing would be a nice quality of life functionality, but if I automatically clear, it's kind of annoying if you can't see what your last guess was. I could show a section for the last guess. Maybe it would be better just to rewrite this. I already have separated functions for generating random pin numbers, so it shouldn't be a problem. Alright, generate random pin. Current pin. Put clear on that. On add number, current pin get length. Is less than 4. A current nav key. I'm gonna rename this. Handle button on accept, attempt, minigame, yes. Hope we can do a little bit separately. Clear pin. Null should never do anything, but we'll just return if you hit null. It is what it is. And if it's any of the numbers... Okay, as long as it's less, let's grab this, current. Add. Doesn't have to be unique. I mean, technically, it will generate a pin number that has unique number for each one, not repeats. But we'll just allow the player to put in repeats, I guess, if they want. Although I think in the helper thing we do say that it will never generate. Yeah, pin numbers are all different, so don't worry about duplicates. Probably rewrite that to something different. Knowing that I can't write it in there, what I have to do, just make a literal integer for each one. That's annoying. Thank you, game. We love to select spaghetti. Obviously this would never be possible, but I'll just hook up 0 to make it easier. It might bitch at me if it's not filled out. We will need to remove the mapping context. Let me think here. The pop-up's kind of weird because we show it, of course, when the first time the player goes over to the ATM. So I'm wondering if we could add the mapping context via the helper rather than on the camera switch. But if we've already seen the helper and we want to skip that, I could attempt to load it up, and depending on if we've already seen it, so I could still handle that in camera switch. Be what I'll do. Let's do that, make it easy. I just want to print out and see if it works fine. So we'll just grab each index here. The debug is gonna get mad at me because these aren't valid, but I don't really care. Alright, let me go to the bathroom. I'll be your B. And we'll continue with that. Give me a sec. Let's see if this works. Do something. That does work. think I'll do though to display it is I think I'll use -1 as like a dash and then just make a function for updating the number. And we'll use the newly added index. Yeah, here's what we'll do. New function. Always new function. That's the answer to everything. Update number. I already have a function for that. Okay, we don't need this. We don't need this. Get out of here. That's old shit. We need the voice crack. I need an index. I can use slot number. I mean, it's fine. I can kind of reuse that. And then the new slot number. Slot index. New number. Alright. Let's do a select here. Set text. T number 1, T number 2, 3, 4. Slot index. Set text. Do a select node. If new number is equal to -1. True dash, otherwise that should work. And then at start ATM, we can set the clear the current pin. Get ATM minigame. Update number. Do a quick for loop. Don't connect it there. Okay, set them all to dashes. Beautiful. And then on handle button, it's the index. So get ATM minigame, update number, slot index. Technically our by the way, our interaction should still work. I think what I need to do for the keypad is give it the interface for interaction. We need to make this work with keyboard and mouse as well. Almost forgot about that. That should be a little bit easier though. I just need to get the... I could send through the hit. Because otherwise I'd have to make each button a separate actor, and I could do that, but I don't really want to do that. If I can help it. Let me try this. Because it should get the hit I should be able to grab the hit component. So I don't know if it will grab the display name for that. But we'll see. Sending. Did I disable interaction? Out of curiosity? Interaction is allowed. My mouse is getting eaten by something. What was it getting eaten by? What is my mouse getting eaten by? I didn't think I have like left mouse button on anything.
Wrong.
It's not wrong. I've interacted there, but that... That might be why. I removed interact from the base. I need to add it here. Perfect. Okay, beautiful. And then we can override hover and end hover. Setting the material every frame might be a little much. Let's see here. Set material. I know the issue. It's not playing end hover because we haven't technically unhovered the blueprint, just the individuals. This is actually where making them separate actors would be really helpful. I should do that. Once again, don't do what I do. Actually, will it print out the... primitive component, static mesh. Here's if that will actually find it correctly. Oh, it will. Interesting. I need the current nav key. That's current nav key. Basically need to match the component to the nav key. It's weird the way I'm doing it. Maybe I should have just made the keys separate actors. Maybe that would have been better. Because if I try to reset all the keys and then set the material, it's gonna fuck up. I only want to set the one that I'm actually currently hovering over and clear all the others. Maybe the simpler solution is just to loop through each. Except for the one that we're actually on. Which is dumb, but it will work. Probably. Yes. Not the greatest, but functional. Get player pawn. Find event to new input device. We'll want to do that for switching input device. And we'll want to make sure that the hover and unhover can only work if we're actually on mouse and keyboard. On switch input device, let us grab our input device. We're on mouse and keyboard. Let's quickly reset all nav keys. Oh wait, no, do this for gamepad. This is gamepad. Otherwise, just reset all nav keys. I think that'll work. Well, that'll work. Okay. On hover, we do need to make sure that what we are currently... We do want to do a find here. And then set the current nav key equal to the index of this. It's not gonna look graceful. Just a fair warning. I am gonna collapse this though. It'll look a little bit better then. I don't know if I can collapse a single node. I can. Match component to enum. A little bit of spaghetti here. I can't really avoid that though. I'm gonna tick the current nav key as well, just so we can make sure it's all working properly. Yeah, I think it's working. Cool. Cool beans. And on interact, we can just run the same handle button. The beans are warm. Yummy. So I should be able to enter the pin then. 3, 6, 9. Oh. Clear pin. This will be easy. Just do a quick for... Actually, I have this on start, don't I? Just literally move this to the function. Alright, functionality for clearing should work. This button. Good. Help needs to open up the widget, which is going to be a little bit fucky. We're gonna remove this this button too from the equation. I think it's separate on the HUD, isn't it? Yeah, it is. We don't need that. Or this. Handle button. Hey, Trimmer. The lurking is working. Sounds good. Enjoy your work. And I think the ATM pop-up takes focus automatically when we create it, but I'll double check that. It should. I'm down. No, I'm just focused. I'm just locked in. Well, I'm also down because fucking gamepad support. That's my pro tip. Never make your game with gamepad support. Never do it. Just don't do it. With widgets that need gamepad support. Thank me later. Oh yeah, remove that. Oh, we don't need this anymore. Like gamepad support opens up Steam input support for users who need special controllers. Yes. But never make your widgets have gamepad support. Moving around fine, like, or like, you know, pressing buttons to do things. It's the widgets. It's all the widgets. I love widgets. Keep, you know, mouse and keyboard support for widgets. So easy. But gamepad support. The word focus is ingrained in my nightmares. You know how Doom Guy enters portals to go to you know, to hell? My hell would just be the word focus. No! You can't make me! Where's my Dozer? There it is. That's not the Dozer. There it is. I don't add the mapping context yet. Add it here. I'll run a check device custom event. Or I can just call switch input device. how you do it, but I basically had to create a race within maps to create gamepad support for widgets to work correctly. So I'm not sure how Epic wants us to do it. All I can say is I'm also not sure how Epic wants us to do it, because common UI seems so overly complex that it just... I just don't want to do it. And then without common UI, gamepad support just barely functions. Common UI as well is hacking basic functionality. It's just horrible. Didn't know you could stack mapping context until I watch your streams? Oh, like having multiple contexts at once? I mean, mapping context help. You're supposed to use mapping context with common UI. The problem is you have to use common UI. I don't know how the fuck you use common UI. The quick start guide has you changing like a billion core things in order to just get common UI working. And then to make common UI function, you can't use certain elements and you have to use others. You're not using common UI, but you have gamepad support? You can have gamepad support without common UI, but common UI is supposed to be the replacement for the basic gamepad support. But the basic gamepad support has problems with focus and on hover and unhover, so you basically have to rewrite all of your own widgets for buttons, for drop downs, whatever you want, because focus is not equal to on hovered. It's all a mess. The whole thing's a mess. So my solution is to remove as many interactable buttons as possible in the game. And it works. See these down here? Those are just elements. I mean, I use Unreal, I would assume gamepad support would have been a trivial thing out of the box. It should be. It should be Black Knight. Just Lucky 7, thank you for the follow as well. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. It is Tuesday. Tuesday, yes. Go full mental and have different UI for gamepads. I mean, I do some things like on... It's kind of hard to see. I think you guys are covering it, but... You know, I have certain element switching when you switch device. That was the easy part. Or making the, the mouse hide, preventing little small bumps to the mouse from making the shit visible. That's the easy part. The hard part is stupid fucking focus. And if you've ever tried to mess with Unreal UI, you would know focus is... It's the devil. And there's no basic, knowledge of what widget has focus at any time. Why are you showing everyone my credit card details? Oh yeah, is that you, Crawford? Ugh. You would think, man. You would think... Yeah, that's a good point. That's your number says. Player pawn inputs, like movement inputs, are built in very well. They work just fine, no problem. But for UI... Not for UI. What was I doing? I completely forgot what I was doing. Well, no, we can do that. Never mind. We can do that before. I'll put it back. Do we solve the controller input stuff? We are solving it by removing widgets that can receive focus. That's how we're fixing the bugs. ATM UI bugging on gamepad? Remove it. We don't need it. And that's a replacement. You know what? I might make those navigate unstarted rather than completed. Because it feels like there's a little bit of lag, but it's just because I'm running it uncompleted instead of started. That'll make it feel a little bit more snappy, even though it's not really changing anything. And we're going to redesign the ATM to look better. I'm just putting this here so I can test the functionality before the redesign. Since before you would input the pin on the widget directly, now you're going to be doing it on a physical keypad, so that's what we'll be doing. I'm gonna try to fix that issue on switch camera. It was getting better every day except the menus. You said you're gonna get an artist. Yeah, the menus are gonna get changed, but we're still changing the menus and we need to get localization, which might, you know, if like a string is longer than we expected it to be, probably German, we'll do that, then we need to change the look of the menus possibly. So that's going to be done after we get localization, do the LQA, see if anything needs to be updated, and then we can finalize the visual. So UI will be literally dead last thing that we do. So he's taking the project, have to sadly jump out again, but want to take a short look and let a bit of love for all. Thanks Blizzard, I really appreciate that. Got a lot of shit going on, so I don't know when I'll be back. Hey, stay sane, as sane as you can. And we will still be here when you get back. So don't worry. Art. See, man. I'm just gonna really sneakily do this. If the startup pop-up is valid, what language are we planning to add? That is a good question. I need to get this fixed up, but I do have a board just for the sake of organization. English, of course. Polish, French, Swedish, Japanese, Spanish, Russian, Chinese, German, Italian, and Korean. And I have French sorted out, so I need to either find somebody in our chat or find some individual maybe in our community to do Spanish, Russian, Chinese, German, Italian, and Korean. So if any of you in chat, I can't really afford a whole lot. But that's our plan. Yeah, the game is, by the way, it's only going to be like 1,000 words maximum, so it shouldn't take somebody more than a day to do. And I have a spreadsheet that you can use, so it should be pretty easy. I can do it, though I don't actually speak any of those languages. No, we need somebody that speaks the language so that they can do a little bit of so they can handle the context correctly, right? And technically I have French sorted out, so that's not a problem. Though I can't do that until I write up the Steam page, because then I have to get the Steam page translated too, and I kind of want to just do it all in one batch. So, one thing at a time, right? And then I want to do screenshot. Well, I could probably get the store page set up even with the bare bones menus. But I'd like the store page to have localization before I get the store pages up. Some can be translated with Google. I mean, I might... I don't know. I could just do a quick translate through Google and then give it to people, but I really want the human touch because there's so many problems with AI translations because they don't understand the context of like games and whatnot. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. Yeah, I agree. You can never beat native translations. Like I said, it's only 1,000 words, so for most languages, this shouldn't come out to anything more than like $50, which is not the cheapest for me, just because I don't have a lot of money. But for 6 languages, I can front the money. If I make 100 sales in those countries, you know, I've already made up the cost of translations. So. Some will pay more for others, but we'll see. I mean, it's like 300 minus. Yeah, it's not bad. Plus, if I have to pay any tax, like if we do make enough money off of this and I have to pay taxes, I can write that off as a business expense because I have like little taxes and tons of stuff that I can write off. Technically, any game that I buy, I can write off as a business expense. Any rental that I pay for this office, any electronics that I buy. The problem is the one tax that I have to pay, which is the self-employment tax, because apparently if you live in the US and you make no money and you're trying to start up a business, you have to pay a flat fee or simply existing. And it can't be, there's no deductions for that. Isn't that stupid? This should be fine. This isn't the most impressive game, but I just want it to feel good to play. That's my only hope. Runs, it's smooth. It's chill. Like general self-assessment in the US, my wife is a US citizen, but she doesn't live there and doesn't make any money on US sales, so she doesn't pay taxes, but she still has to pay an account, $400 to $500 a year just to file her self-assessment to say, hey, I don't pay any US taxes due to the tax treaty with the UK, yeah. Yeah. I have to file my taxes just to say that I pay taxes in another country. Like if I were to be like employed here in Poland. That way it can actually be deducted and the IRS doesn't get mad at me for not paying taxes. I don't know, it's all fucked up. The US taxes is just messed up as a whole. Well, here's the funny thing. So the IRS knows how much you owe, and they'll get mad at you if you don't give them as much as you owe, but they'll never tell you how much you owe. So what's the point? I think that works. Yeah. Because of lobbying from tax companies. Man, it would be nice if we just got rid of lobbying altogether. Timing is an issue here. You run a handle button before. That's annoying. Are you running this twice, this reset all nav keys? I think that might be getting called twice. Let's see. No, we're only doing it once. There's like one frame where it hasn't yet updated the current key that you're on. And if you attempt to select that, then it will give you the old key that you were on. Or it's because... You know what I bet it is? The navigation should be working on started as well. Move that off of completed. Let's see if that feels a little bit more snappy. Yeah, it's better. Oh. Okay, that'll work. That will work. Were there any problems with it? I don't think so. Rex, when we're remaking the ATM and we have the keypad, make sure that if we can, like, slot the keypad actor as a child actor of the ATM, just so that we can maintain these as separate meshes, because that's what I'm doing the logic on. Otherwise, the look and feel is up to you. I'll just drop my meshes later, okay. That should work. I'll try to, like, wire into the minigame guess. Like, guess number works the way that we want. That is going to need an input of the current pin. Sorry about that. Thanks for the tissues. Minigame guess. This is just... Oh, that's the current random. Two inputs. Random pin and user pin. Random pin. User pin. This will get upset at us if we don't have... I mean, it's just a warning. It's not really going to be a big deal, but... we need to make sure that the player is forced to enter a pin with 4 numbers. That they cannot press enter until they have all 4. And then that will fix that problem. Some user feedback would be nice on that, though. Handle button. Current pin. Be fine. Does nothing. 1, 2, 2, 3. Okay. Once we complete the minigame, it is going to... it might have some bugs, but that's because we haven't updated it yet. Here's one of the player feedback problems that I don't like, is that with this change, you have to manually clear after you make a guess, which is annoying. But the reason that I have it like that is due to the fact that you can't see a history of the previous pin you entered. It would be nice to see that, but that would be a little bit more work on my side. It's not a big deal, though. It's not a whole lot that I'd be adding. I could just do it. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll show the previous guess. I was trying to avoid it because it's extra work, but I'll just do it. Whatever. Game damn. Don't hold it against me. Um, I'm just trying to think about how to space this. Yeah, do that. Don't let me forget to make that a new string. Order got fucked up a little bit. There we go. This whole box has... Where's the padding on this? Where's my padding? Oh, it's because we're setting it to fill. That it's auto left padding. You know what? Don't do that. Set it to fill. Right side it. I don't like that. I don't like. Okay, I know what I have to do. I know what I have to do. I need to do the vertical box, 2 horizontal. No. Horizontal text, vertical box, text. Or in this case, the horizontal box. But this can just be the text. Oh man, it's all fucked up right now. Where are my boxes? Game box is horizontal. That's fine. Doesn't really need to be, but that's fine. Place this with a horizontal. Empty vertical box. I promise this will make sense. Oop, wrong one. Delete that. Maybe I don't like how that looks. Ignoring some padding issues. Nah, man. No, that does not look good. I mean, like, the previous guest can only show up if you've actually made a guess first. But still. Yeah, it's bad. It's better. Yeah, now that's fucked up. This is one of those panels that probably will need to be a little bit reconfigured once we get localization. A little bit weird. That's a little bit too close. I could put a spacer in between those two. Making previous guess slightly smaller might make it a little bit better. Yeah, I might do that. I just need to get the spacing done first, and then I can fuck around with it. What is the Y size of the spacer in here? 48. It has been decided. Mediosef, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. What are you drinking? This is premium brand Pola Original Zero for the low, low price of under $1 for 1.75 liters. The drink of champions. Cheap, it has caffeine. Perfect. Hashtag ad. I don't even know who to advertise. It's just the Biedronka brand here in Poland. Oh, you like it too? Nice. Perfect. That's what happens when you have no salary. We have to be a little bit careful about making fonts a little bit too small because there will be a requirement for Steam Deck compatibility. But we shall see what that looks like. If my keypad wasn't blocking it, I think that's okay. We're only going to make that show up the moment that you make a guess, and then just reset its visibility on minigame reset, so should be fine. Alright, let's put a little bit of padding on the box though. Well, actually, this needs to be a variable separately. T. Previous guess. It's kind of weird the way we've set it up because these are two separate boxes with different elements. And if I hide them, it's gonna mess up a lot. Maybe I should rethink the layout of this. I could just do two separate boxes that are equal instead of trying to shove them into a vertical box. That would probably be better. Let's do that. Delete the spacers then. And I'll do two horizontal boxes. That way it'll be easy to throw them out of the loop here. Okay, yep, do that. Two horizontal boxes. I'll just make new ones so I can get it all sorted out separately. What the hell? There we go. It's gonna look really weird for a second. Bear with me. Previous guess box. Delete that. You need to have a super powerful PC to be able to play video games. Otherwise, what is your recommendation? Like in general, or what's the topic? Oh, don't worry. Don't apologize for English. You mean like this video game, or just in general, or Unreal games? That goes in here. Okay, now they're separate. That's beautiful. Engineer, like to make games? Are you asking if you need a powerful PC to make video games? Depends what you're making. Something like Cold and Chronicles is going to require a really good GPU and a lot of RAM. Something like this, I mean, it's still using a good fair bit of RAM. You can get away with a shit CPU, it's just going to make some things run a little bit worse, and but if you're doing like 3D scenes, if you're working a lot with like Lumen, you know, ray tracing, good GPU is pretty key. But if you're making something simple, you can get away with a pretty simple CPU and GPU. Yeah, we'll do 50 of padding on the left. Should be okay. Let's see here. ATM. Previous guess. There we go. That's connected to the string file. Previous guest box by default is going to be collapsed, which shouldn't hurt the... We're gonna make it hidden. That way it'll still take up space, and when it appears, it won't have to do any shit. Had a lot of luck using the DLSS Unreal plugin for a project. Yes. DLSS working in Unreal is very nice. And it's relatively easy to implement. A little bit more annoying if you want to finagle with the settings, but for the most part it's easy. What do you think of DLSS? I think that DLSS is a necessary evil if you want ray tracing in your game. I don't think a lot of players understand what they're wanting and what they're expecting. DLSS is a really great technology. It really is. Sometimes it can mess things up, but most of the time DLSS is just a straight performance gain or little to no loss of visual quality. Anything can be used as a crutch if you use it incorrectly, but I don't really think DLSS is. I don't think it's bad. The technology will improve. So will Lumen, and Lumen is improving. It's getting better. People just hear AI and AI frame gen, go herd or frame gen bad. Well, DLSS is not frame gen. DLSS is upscaling. There is also frame gen. And I think games relying on frame gen to run smoothly obviously should not be the reality. Frame gen, for the most part, is not going to look great. I can give you a good example of just how good upscaling can look. And it's almost unnoticeable, the change in quality. Obligatory daily Colden Chronicles start, of course. I can never let this game die. This is native resolution, of course, and I think it looks pretty great. It does have a lot of foliage, though, and foliage is going to be the biggest impact, is going to have the biggest impact with upscaling. That's with balance, so this is upscaling from 50%. So we're rendering the game at 50% of the original resolution, which was 1920 by 1080. And I mean, it's pretty hard to tell that it's not running on full HD. And we're getting 90 FPS here. Obviously, the lower we set that, the worse it's going to look. Ultra performance. This is from 33%, so the game is running at 33% of the original resolution. And get about 120 FPS for that. I think frame gen it's just, I don't know. It's not bad, but it shouldn't be relied upon. Yeah, ultra performance should never really be used. I think most games can look pretty good with balanced. And here's the thing, even if you are using, what's the best way to put this? If you are using DLSS, you can actually get the sharpening benefits and anti-aliasing benefits from DLSS, because it's not just upscaling, but it is also some additional things built in. So you can just see some sharpening happening here. Some people may not like that, of course, but depends on the game and depends on how much sharpening. I think scared if the player can choose to have it on and it's not a necessity to performance. Well, it depends, because if your GPU is good enough to run the game, then you don't need it on. And therefore, it's not a necessity to achieve good performance. But it seems like gamers kind of seem to expect to just be able to run any game with any GPU, and they get upset when they have to turn down settings or turn on frame generation or DLSS to get good performance. And it's because these technologies exist. If the game came out and needed a good GPU to run, and you didn't have upscaling or frame gen technology, then people would just say, oh, I guess I need to update my GPU to get the game to run well. But now, because the technology exists, you know, we're stuck in this box here, right? My friend has been able to update their PC in 7 years, which even at the time was made with a bunch of secondhand PC parts for me and a few friends. Upscaling technology that allowed them to play some of the absolute latest games with much older hardware. Yeah, and I think that's one of the greatest aspects of DLSS, and the fact that right now you need like a 30 series or better to use DLSS at all. But eventually the 30 series of RTX cards will be the low-end cards. So DLSS is seen as this exclusive technology that is for people with really good GPUs. Why do I have to spend $800 on a GPU just to use DLSS? Well, it's because that will eventually become the norm, right? PhysX used to be only runnable on the best NVIDIA GPUs. PhysX. That's right, you know, basic physics shit. Then as GPUs got better and technology got better, PhysX is just like built in, and it's cheap to run. It's really cheap because both the hardware and technology got better. So eventually DLSS will be in the same spot where you can just get straight improvements to performance of games with very little loss of quality, and you know, it'll widen the availability of games to those lower end GPUs, you know, 5 years in the future when 30 series cards are considered low end. Personally, I don't like the loss of frames, but still making my game in Unreal because I know the engine. Well, there's nothing wrong with Unreal. It's when people say, oh, I want ray tracing and I want it to be cheap. Okay, then turn on DLSS because that's kind of what it was made for. And then as Lumen and ray tracing becomes cheaper, then we can start to, you know, not have to have DLSS on to have Lumen. But they kind of go hand in hand. It's real-time, ray-traced global illumination. It is not cheap. It is very expensive. And if you want to turn it on in games with like crazy high graphics and, you know, reflections and all this other shit, expect to not be able to run the game on 4K or whatever. Minecraft ever had frame gen? That would be a godsend, because I'm heavily modded Minecraft. It's very common to have sudden frame drops. Well, it's because modern Minecraft is absolute shit for performance. It's absolutely horrible. 3D series have been shown to natively have less power than 4D series, but its DLSS is better at making better fake frames. Personally would prefer. Well, DLSS is not making fake frames. DLSS is just upscaling. Frame gen is fake frames. I suppose you don't care about ray tracing. It'd be amazing once it's fully optimized for future cards, but I don't need it. Well, that's the thing. Yeah, it's just people say, "Oh, Unreal games run bad," and they're not like, "Okay, what version of Unreal is this game running on?" "Oh, it's 5.1." Okay, so that's when both Nanite and Lumen were absolute shit. That's Epic's fault, not the game dev's fault. And do they have Lumen turned on? Yes. Okay, it's gonna run like shit, and it's not gonna look very good. Modern versions of Unreal have better optimization for Lumen, and as cards become better, Lumen will become cheaper. And eventually Lumen will be one of those free things that you can just turn on ray tracing, right? It's going to be probably a bit of time before that happens, but eventually Lumen and ray tracing in general will be one of those turn on PhysX. It just works and you barely see any frame drop. But I can even show you what Lumen looks like in a scene like this. Right now with everything on Epic, we're about 6.4 for our GPU cost. Just turning off our Lumen. Oh, it's not even the best example of that. Because we're culling the shit here. Yeah, 5.5 roughly. to 9.2. I mean, even that's kind of overkill because Epic global illumination reflection settings are for like cinematics. And you really should just turn them down to high, or almost no loss in quality, but much better performance. So it's not necessarily like later or lazy devs. It's more just that Epic released Lumen and Nanite in very performant or non-performant versions, and the earliest games of Unreal, the ones that are largely releasing now, are built on those versions of Unreal that are really lacking optimization. So it will get better. It's true that GPUs are getting worse, but with more artificial frames in each upcoming release. No, not really. Not really. There's just a focus, especially by Nvidia, to put in their AI cores, which is great for DLSS. And again, DLSS, when you use it correctly, it's really not going to make the game look worse, and you're not going to notice it. Shaders? I mean, shaders have been in Minecraft since Optifine added them. And I don't know, Optifine added shader support, I don't know, like 10 years ago. Did they make them like default now? They have other shaders that you can use? They're not official in vanilla. Oh. Yeah, Optifine has had shader support for forever. Oh, you mean like texture packs? Or resource packs as they call them now? Yeah, it's a... Shaders, resources, textures. Minecraft kind of uses these interchangeably sometimes. Although I think the switch to resource packs is probably the more accurate term than texture packs. But gamers are still going to use the term texture packs. What was I doing? Oh, the guess, that's right. Previous guess box. That does not need to be variable. We just need the text to be. And this box is hidden. Once the first guess is done, we can make the box visible or do like a quick update. Previous guess box. Those texture packs because you used to only be able to change the textures, that's true. Or Sprex Lite to change audio models, etc. It's true. Vibrant visuals. Huh? I used to use like Chocopic shaders. Because I like those, they look pretty good and they ran very well. And had some really nice settings. So usually when I play vanilla, I use like one of these shader packs or something. I think it looks quite pretty. Okay, so they're their own custom new shaders. More like vanilla friendly shaders. Are there any more Yeah, I mean, I think they're okay. I think it's good. You know, if you want to do like a Minecraft shader, vanilla, official, you do have to make it more vanilla friendly. Played with the new shaders, they suck in mines? Do they? Oh, there's a lot of light bleed? That could be due to your MIPS. Because that can happen with default shaders too if you have weird graphic settings. I think I even have Minecraft installed. Do I have Minecraft installed? Where did I put the line cut up? Let's just play Minecraft, fuck it. Oh, the window tool? Yeah, this is called Stardock. It's called Fences by Stardock. Very nice. You can make folder portals or regular portals. A lot of customization for them. One reason it didn't even change mob spawning to adjust to the shadows. So quite literally, it's just like normal pre-update shaders. Okay, what? They didn't change mob spawning to adjust to the shadows. What do you mean by that? Oops. I guess we're loading up Minecraft. This is my vanilla world. With the shaders that I run. I like these shaders a lot. I think these shaders are quite nice. Ow. But I can understand how some people wouldn't, you know, like shaders this, like, realistic, quote. It is what it is. I used to play more like crazy Minecraft, but I don't know. 1.7.10 is probably my favorite update to Minecraft ever, and 1.12.2 is also okay. But 1.7.10 I think is always going to be my comfort version. That was peak Minecraft. You had the best mods. It was stable. It ran well. Good update. That was before some of the combat update stuff. I just need to grab the previous one. If we run this first, we could do it. Get brush. Can I just get brush? Beautiful. Do a select on that. We'll do a for loop. I understand when people hate Windows 11. I love it to bits. Love the UI layout and everything. I don't know. It could be like older I don't know how old you are, but older generations probably wouldn't like it. There are some ways to like get it back. I think the same people that make my fences that I use also make a return to the old setup. You can even have like the old what is this, like the Vista setup? It's good stuff. I think it's worth shelling out the money because they make some really good software. Vertical taskbar. Nah, man, that's too crazy for me. I'll stick with the Windows 7 style. Vastly prefer it. You say Windows 11, refuse to switch. Since I made the switch, I'm never going back. I'm still in Windows 10. I'm okay with it. I mean, you're not using Arch Linux with Hyperland and don't use console to open your programs. Fuck, I don't know. Like, I like Linux for certain things, but otherwise, nah. Nope. I'm a pass. I like my app compatibility. Set brush. I should work for that. Maybe to simplify things, I'll just store a local index for this. Don't diss the penguin. I think Linux is getting better. I can say that for sure. It just depends on what distribution you're using. I will, you know what, I'm gonna get back to Minecraft at some point. I'm really, really busy playing 2 Point Museum. This game is so good at such a fair price. It is literally unfair that you can make games this good at 24 bucks. I cannot recommend this game more. It is so much fun.
I'm gonna come.
Right? I mean, do you have an in-development teaser from a Minecraft server that doesn't use any mods? Somebody shared with me the other day some, like, upcoming RPG in Minecraft. I don't know what it was. Published is beginning for a lawsuit. It's literally called Sega. So? Who's lawsuiting? Not Nintendo. They would never. Say it ain't true. The original Sega or Sega? It's Sega with an E. They're both publisher and developer, although I don't know if Sega themselves has developed a game recently. Maybe something. I think they're just doing publishing now. I could be wrong about that. Sega games. Yeah, they're not developing games anymore. What was the last game they developed? I mean, they might own some of these studios, to be fair, so you could make an argument that they still do develop games. Software studios, I love that. That's wild. Oh, those are licensed by Sega. Well, I guess they still are, like Sonic Rumble. But I don't know if they're doing... It just says Sonic Team, which is owned by Sega. I don't know, it's all muddied when you get publishers that own... I don't know. I thought it was an indie company named themselves the same as the creators of Sonic, but switched the letter. Yakuza? Is that entirely Sega? No, it's a different studio. I don't know. I don't know if Sega themselves has even a development branch anymore. They might just own subsidiaries. But they do a lot of publishing now. And I haven't really heard anything bad about Sega as a publisher, so... Maybe they're one of the few good ones? To be fair though, I haven't talked to anybody that... I don't know anybody specifically that has Sega as a publisher. That I know of. Better to release games via a publisher? What are the advantages and disadvantages? There are a lot of advantages and a lot of disadvantages. In short, because there's a lot of nuance to it. The moment you sell a game to a publisher, they own the game. You can still own the IP, but they own that game. So basically what they say goes. If they want something in the game, you can try to convince them. But if they push you, they're the daddy. And for the services that they provide, which can be any number of things. It can be as much as just they attach their name to the game, they do a little bit of marketing, and that's it. Or it can be full development costs for the game, mix and match, marketing, localization, porting, legal stuff, obtaining licenses. You can own the creative rights to the franchise, right? So if I was making a Call of Duty game, I could maintain the IP to Call of Duty, but they own this game. So I'm licensing the IP to them for a game that they own, but we're developing. It can go any way. You can sell the IP too, although that isn't super common anymore, but it used to be the case. Nowadays, I wouldn't ever recommend selling an IP to a publisher. Take a look at like what happened to Risk of Rain, for instance. I don't know the nuances of what happened to Risk of Rain, but the guy who made Risk of Rain, or the studio, sold the game and the IP to Gearbox. And what was the first thing Gearbox did? They made a mobile microtransaction-y game and then fucked up the DLC. So, not a whole lot of success stories with selling your IP. And then you don't own it anymore, so you can't dictate what happens to it. They could fuck up your entire world and universe and lore. No bueno. If it is the first guess, I could just kind of hard code it. Much as I hate Nintendo, they do make good games. Well, that is unfortunately the only shield that they have. EA does publishing too, although I think EA nowadays prefers to buy companies outright as opposed to publishing games. Like DICE, for instance, is just owned by EA. I don't know when that acquisition happened. Acquisition was 2006. At the time, they owned 18.9%. 2005, they raised ownership to 59.8%, so they had controlling share. And then they fully acquired it in October of 2006. They have the money to spend. They'd rather just do that. Games are a weird thing. Games and IP are a weird thing, and there's still a lot of people that don't understand IP laws. And I think that the SKG supporters are going to get a really, really harsh reality check about IP and copyright. It's not going to be good. Oh, we're not. We didn't increment the guesses yet. Or we did a first increment and then... Okay, so I'll just do a check for 5. I mean, there's big publishers that don't care about the industry. Well, they care about the industry insofar as it makes them money. But they aren't gamers, and they don't... Their views don't align with gamers unless it loses them a lot of money. Simple as that. They're the exact picture of corporate shills and suits. Why did that not copy over the brush? Is it because we cleared the brush first? No. Because we haven't set the brush first. I've been talking and not focusing. This is the entirely... Okay. The timing of when I'm doing this is wrong. It's very bad. It's very, very bad. If it's the first guess, we really want to move it down right away. If so, then these up here are useless. But I kind of want to stagger it. Well, no, because I want to clear the pin number, so we do want to move it down the moment that you guess. I'm falsing out here. Okay, let's do it this way. I love how much we can shit on Ubisoft and Nintendo. I haven't mentioned he's a Christian, but it's actually some of the best Christian values out of people I've met. One of his morals that really stuck to me is he believes we are on Earth for one thing, to serve other people. I'm not religious, but I can tell you that my own views of what I want my life to mean are pretty similar. I think nobody's a saint, right? Everybody commits some bad things or does bad things to other people. Obviously, you shouldn't try to do this, but sometimes it can just happen, accident or out of wrong intention, whatever. You should just try to leave. You should try to do more positive in the world than you do negative. That's it. Try to do as little negative as possible and as much positive as possible. And if you do that, the world becomes a better place. The problem is for the first index, you do need to move that down. Or actually for any index. Everybody has the one incident where they accidentally slip fell next they were charged with rape. I don't think that's ever happened in the history of people. I don't think there's ever been a case of slipping, falling, and then committing sexual assault. I mean, unless you could say like you slipped and fell and I don't know, it grabbed some girl's boob, right? But that only happens in anime. I mean, you shouldn't update these. Chandu, wait a second. Oh yeah, we need to reset the pin then. We're grabbing what again? You're trying to tell me anime isn't real? That's right. Ask a Minecraft YouTuber, they'll tell you a much worse version of that. Don't talk to kids. I'll tell you this. Here's my #1 way to not get in trouble. Don't talk to kids, especially on Discord. Never talk about anything sexual on Discord. How about that? Just don't do it. You just play Minecraft, are you now a Minecraft streamer? I actually did stream Minecraft for a day. I don't remember what was going on, but I came in for a day and I just streamed some Minecraft. I guess yes. I say all sorts of things out loud. I mean, so do I. But I do tag this channel with, you know, like sexual content, right? Not a spreadsheet, wasn't this? Just my strings. Nothing exciting, just my strings. With my one-click export. That's the widget though, isn't it? Geek programming. It is nice. It's really nice for things that are like much larger and more complex. Like these were the ingredients for Golden Chronicles. There's no way in hell that I am touching this in engine. Spreadsheet only, baby. And that export. Export and automatically formatted for Unreal import. don't even need to do a validation check, whatever, just return it. Fuck it. What's weird is I feel like I haven't grown up yet. I'm 18. I was at the shops the other day and I saw a high school girl. For some reason, my brain still registered that I'm younger and inferior and that she must be older than me, even though that's not true. Is it normal to not feel grown up in my age? Yes. Yes. By the way, you will not fully have a developed brain until you're about 25. So you are quite literally still growing, just not much physically. But your brain finishes developing mid to late 20s. That and when your back's, yeah, that too. This is when your prefrontal cortex, which is responsible for decision making, planning, and impulse control. Obviously very important things to being an adult. So that's why a lot of like 18 and early 20-year-olds still do really dumb, retarded things. And guess what? You know what? Adults can still do dumb, retarded things too. Ever actually looked into setting up multiplayer stuff in Unreal? Surely it can't be that difficult. Some parts of it are easy, some parts of it are difficult, but I cannot speak with any authority on it. I don't have a brain. How long until it starts growing? That, sir, I cannot answer. Might be a little bit late for that one. What was I doing? I gotta reset the... Just give me a sec. Not nav keys. Where's my pin? Clear that. I don't really need to then have the images visible on the first one, so I might just hide those. I don't think they'll randomly appear if I just hide them. Shouldn't. Yeah, it'll work. Brain eating amoeba where you are? Oh shit. I think any underage person that fakes their ID to have sex should have the same sentence as to what the adult would have gone for to have sex with a minor. Just don't have sex with minors. It would be my honest recommendation. And, you know, you could argue it's not that weird if, like, somebody is 17 and their girlfriend is 16 and then they turn 18 and now magically it's messed up, right? That's a whole separate issue. Legally, though, it is illegal, so, you know, just don't do it. Don't bang kids. I'm gonna give multiplayer games a go just because playtesting with more than one person is way more fun than watching a ton of people do the same single 5 minutes of gameplay over and over. Well, this is true, but then you have to design all your systems and your game to work with multiple people. That can be a little bit nasty. A lot of ownership stuff. I mean, if you have, like... if you just give individual characters or controllers ownership over certain things, it should be kind of okay. But if you want to, like, share ownership, then it can start to get a little bit more complex. Let me go pee real quick. BRB. Underage people don't have the same decision-making capabilities as the adults, that's why the law protects them. Yeah, but I would even argue that it's not just underage people, but literally, I don't think going from 17 to 18 is that much more crazy than it sounds, than, like, legally it is. Like, yes, depending on country, you might be able to, like, start, you know, join the military, or you might be able to start drinking, but I don't know, I would even argue for certain rights not being allowed until 25. Which would never happen, but... What I mean, though, is if a responsible adult didn't realize that a minor was almost of age, usually people don't get in trouble if somebody legitimately faked an ID and it was hard to tell. I bet it has happened that somebody's gotten in trouble, but if you could prove that that ID was faked, then, I mean, here's the thing, if you have to ask somebody for their ID before you have sex with them, I mean, I'm still talking about it too. I don't think I'm not saying anything that'll get me canceled. I'm saying literally, do not fuck around with kids. Just don't do it. And God forbid, if some lady finds it a turnoff, if you ask how old she is, just leave. Like, look. I don't want to go to jail, so just tell me. Or they can edit they can edit the audio. I don't give a fuck. You can edit me out of context if it sounds funny. I think it's pretty funny. Because if anybody legitimately looks at a clip that is clearly out of context or edited and thinks that it's real, they are dumb. They stupid. Go ahead, train an AI. You know what? Train an AI on me, and then I'll do a voice chat with myself. I'm open to it. Was this working? Oh. Okay, on reset we have to clear the pin as well. I smell. How you doing, Huge Cookie? Been a while. I don't have to worry. I don't care about sex as it is, let alone accidentally hooking up with a minor. Apparently, there's a lot of newer generations that just don't care to like think about it or even have it. But I bet it's less related to sex as a whole and more related to like social relationships with people. I think if you really dug down deep into it, you would find that kids are having a hard time meeting people and making those connections, and therefore there are just like fewer instances of them wanting to engage in those acts. Hey, Pumpkinhead Play. How you doing, dude? This will don't hyper-focus on accidental stat. Well, don't focus. Don't bang kids. Don't rape. Those would be my top 2 lessons for life. Please now give me $100 for my life lessons. I'll write a book. It'll be 2 pages, big letters. First page, don't bang kids. Second page, don't rape. The end. Is that sus to you guys?
FBI, open up!
No, I'm FBI. Don't do it. I'm telling them not to bang kids. What's going on here? First 10 seconds and you're talking about banging. I'm talking about not banging kids. No. NOT. I did not like my L's. No, she's underage. If you had to choose another career path in game dev that still uses Unreal, what career would you choose? I mean, you and I are the same. You and I are like... Not like that. But you and I are like, you know, we like systems. I don't know what else you could do. I mean, you can't really join like film because they're not going to really need a lot of blueprinting for systems. Nobody's making software in Unreal, so. I mean, if I was like an artist, I would love to work in film in Unreal. Pre-production on live performances.
Wrong.
That could be kind of cool. Using sequences for light, yeah, that would be pretty fun. I just wish I was a good artist. To be real. Unreal 5 for Rule 35 animation. You guys watching any anime this season? This season is stacked, by the way, and there's not even a lot of stuff that I'm not watching because I'm not like I don't watch. I don't know what's appearing this season that I don't watch. Oh, like Demon Slayer. Obviously, I'm not watching. I didn't see the first season of Kaiju 8, or Kaiju number 8. I never finished the first season of Sakamoto Days, but I probably should. Dr. Stone, I don't watch. There's a lot of stuff appearing. You don't watch TV at all? You don't watch any TV? Like even like live action? You haven't watched anime in like 9 years? Oh my god. Can you see I'm very good at socializing and definitely don't hang on strange topics for 20 minutes? I don't mind talking about strange stuff. Other people in chat might. I don't really have a filter though. Learning 3D art was super sad. I didn't mind modeling. I hated texturing. Modeling was kind of fun, but I sucked at it. Texturing? Nope, I'm out. Going back to systems. Textures can go fuck themselves. Leave all that UV wrapping to the pros. You know what that might not have done is regenerate a new random pin. Because I bet that was generating a random pin. On the mini game, not on the keypad where we moved the logic over to. Yeah. Easy fix. The secret UV unwrapping technique. I've heard that some of the automatic ways to do it have gotten better, but you would know more than I would, Rex. Anybody in chat would know more than I would. My wife use UE5? No, she is not a game developer. I don't think she wants to be either. That's what I called it. We're probably gonna have, you know, I hope that we can have a child and then groom them to be a good art. Raise them to be an artist. And that will supplement my my issues. Wrong word. I will train the child in the ways of art. Is it a problem to use the old input system? Like, what do you mean, the old input system? Wait, do you mean, like, input? You don't mean like this, right? Like these axis mappings.
FBI, open up!
Child labor. Are you talking about the axis mappings in the project settings, Vimala? As if you want, I can take literally 1 minute and show you how to use the input context that they've added to Unreal, which are way, way better. All right, I will show you. I'll show you. They are so incredibly easy to set up. They're way more scalable and customizable. They have better support for remapping as well. They are chef's kiss. Don't look at the name of the. Don't look at the name. Don't focus on the name. It is what you think. It's a precision platformer, okay? It's gonna be difficult. And I guess I kind of want to name the game "Go Kill Yourself." Okay, so obviously, let's just say you have like your third-person or first-person template. You have the movement stuff already. Making input stuff is as simple as this. Right-click, go to Input, make a new mapping context, and we'll call this, I don't know, like throw grenade, right? And we're gonna put a G. We're gonna put this on G. So we're gonna call this input mapping context grenade. You might want to have different contexts, but you can use context as different things. They're exactly what you would think that you would use them as. Either you've entered a car, you have interacted with a claw machine, right, in like an arcade, and you might provide different input mapping contexts based on these, or you might have one for movement. So you can have any number of mapping contexts available for the player at once. You can even have the same mappings available at different priorities. So pretend, for instance, we would have like you picked up a grenade, and so therefore you should be able to start throwing grenades. Let's make an action for throwing grenades. Input action, IA, throw grenade. And that will be available when we have the mapping context for grenades. Throw grenade. All we have to do is tell it what to use. Let's go with keyboard G. Now by default, the mapping context is not going to be given to the player, so we need to tell the player when to have it. So in this case, we can just say maybe on game start. We can get player controller. Enhanced input local player subsystem. It's a little bit of a mouthful. Add mapping context, grenade. That's it. And now back in like the player pawn or something, wherever we want to handle the inputs. Where can I put this in? was third in our character. We now have a input action event for that. And let's just say on started, print string, throw grenade. And we can see up in the upper left, we have throw grenade, and we can even do something as simple as, let's just put a debug button in here. Not D. Get player controller, enhanced input local player subsystem, remove context, grenade. I'll spam G, we can throw grenade. If we ever want to remove that, we just remove that. I just press C, and now spamming G, no grenade throw. So it's really just like you're playing with context. So if the player is moving around on the map like this, you would have the default inputs for movement, or if they have like a, they can interact with menus or interact with the world, you might have that in a separate context, and you could just add and remove that context on will for different things. So it's very nice, and I use that all the time. For instance, if I'm in menus, I might remove context for movement, and I can just anytime a menu is opened, remove the context for movement and like opening up certain menus. Simple as that. Like here, I do it here. Like the gameplay is still running in the background, but I've removed the context for movement and interacting, and I can't do that. And then when we press close, we give that back. It avoids duplicate keys, but you can also have duplicate keys and set them at different priorities. And that will consume the first one first, and then you can even tell them if they consume input, it will block lower priority mappings, or you can tell it to not consume that. I think you can either do that in here. You can override the mappings. It's either done here or it's done in the input action. Consume lower priority enhanced input mappings, you can turn that off, and that way you can have two things running on the same key if you want. Simple as that. And then you can store this in mappable key settings too, so that when you can have built-in remapping for those contexts, which is really nice. And you can even grab the key that is mapped to. I kind of forget how to do that, but there is a way to grab the key that it's mapped to. What do I think of this thumbnail? What is this thumbnail? I'm going to hell, apparently. Pretty good. You could have a vehicle IMC and have it consume your standard movement inputs? Yes, or you could either have it consume, or you could have it just like, think of like GTA. You might have walking around movement as a separate context, and when you get in a vehicle, we remove that context, and whenever the player exits a vehicle under any condition, we transfer that back. So we can kind of do that. It's very nice. And I think it works a little bit better than the old system too. So once you kind of like figure out how to use it, it works well. What I did was I remade in Dozer a function in my function library for adding mapping context. So I can just call this anywhere in my game to add the mapping context to my character. So whether I'm in a widget or anywhere else, I can just quickly do add mapping context, select my context, select my priority, and we're good to go, or remove mapping context for nice easy access. So I hope that helped. I use that in this project too for when the player goes over to the coin gallery or when the player is at the ATM or in a menu. Notice you have 911 followers, but don't usually have many viewers. Is that because you gained the others from when you used to do Twitch? No, so what I did was actually my viewers right today is pretty standard. This is pretty standard for what I usually have. 20 to 30, depends on day. I was streaming some games recently too, and I lost some viewers from that, but the game dev section of Twitch is pretty small. Not a whole lot of viewers in this section at one time. That and the game I might be working on just isn't interesting, or I don't know. But this is pretty average for me. I think that's reset properly. I think we're good. We just need to redesign the ATM visually. And then we're completely okay. So I will leave the design of the keys up to Rex and the redesign of the ATM. Replace the meshes, we should be good to go. From a functionality standpoint though, I think it is working. I will just kind of leave that here. It looks a little silly, but I'll do that. What's the design on my t-shirt? This is from Gamescom. One of the t-shirts. 2-3 years ago or something like that. Gamescom is fun. Before I was playing Death Stranding, I was actually in the top 1% of Twitch. That's how crazy it is, but I lost some viewers from doing Death Stranding, so. I had fun playing the game, but most people would just want to see me make games. That's understandable. January and February were great. Stuck by through the Death Stranding even though I don't really like the gameplay streams. You in conversation what I come for. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I do the gameplay for both purposes of like learning how to, you know, seeing what the like new developers are doing, but also because I really enjoy taking a break once in a while. It's just good for like the mental state, right? People have Twitch on in the background, I know that for sure. Yeah, I think that a lot of people who watch me are from what I can tell, most of my viewers are other game developers, and they watch me while they are working. And if I'm playing a game, it's not really great for their focus. So they would rather only watch me when I'm developing, because then they don't get distracted as much if I'm like doing something crazy in a game. That's understandable. One, two, three, 4, 0, 5, 6, 7, 8, 0, 5, 6. Let's try 6, 5, 0, 8. Okay, it's probably 9, 5, 0, 6. Aha. I'm gonna... Yeah, we'll have to replace the steel money. We'll have to replace all those buttons with just, I don't know, something else, like... Oh. I think I can generate new ones. Ugh. Probably shouldn't allow for that to happen. Pretty funny though. Xbox versus PlayStation controller? I think the PlayStation controller is better. At least the new one. I love the PS5 controller. I think this is one of their best controller designs they've done. It feels really great. The adaptive triggers are wonderful. I thought they'd be kind of shit or like gimmicky, but They're really nice. When used correctly, they're great. But the PS5 controller is peak. I recommend, if you can get your hands on a PS5, load up Astro's Playroom, which is free for anybody who has a PS5. Not only is it really fun, and this is not like the new one, the sequel, but Astro's Playroom, the free tech demo for the PS5. Really fun, great use of the controller. That's all I can say. Damn great game. Should probably only allow the guess if the number of guesses is... Yeah, but we've already iterated that, haven't we? Yeah. Guesses would have to be greater than or equal to 1. With Steam input, it should be much easier to use a PlayStation controller on PC nowadays with Steam games. That used to be a massive headache. Yeah, Steam input is great. Valve is sometimes good, but they also, there's a lot of stuff they just don't care about that developers have been asking them to do. They care about money. So they sometimes do things that are like very pro player because that makes them more money, but then pro developer stuff. What is X, Y, A, B? Maybe it's just me. I've used both controllers for so long that I kind of intuitively know where these are. Probably is just people who game often. Let's try 3, 2... You know what, let's do it this way. 0. We know there's a 2 and a 3. Oops, wrong button. Three, 2, 7, 6. Still generating. Is it resetting the minigame maybe? Oh, it's because we still have guesses left. I can fix that just by removing guesses when you... Heard the Xbox controller layout by playing games like... Oh, you learned it by playing Elden Ring that don't have support for PlayStation controller? I think I have to update my review on Night Rain. I like certain aspects of Night Rain. Not others. Oh, well, here's the thing. So it's more Elden Ring, right? Which is great. So all the combat stuff, all the systems, they're still there. What I mainly didn't like, and to be fair, this was me playing solo, I don't think the game is super solo friendly. They did improve certain aspects like the scaling, which I think was better, and the amount of XP that you obtain. or the runes, so that too was great. The inter-game progression felt lacking, and a lot of like the relics that you can apply just, it felt way too grindy to get ones that were really useful. So I think some of my complaints are fixed by playing with other people, but the game is not very solo friendly, and yeah, I don't know. So my recommendation is not that, like, not to play the game, but just know what you're going in for. And if you're going in for, you know, wanting like a really good solo experience with a lot of great progression, it's just not really going to give you that. They did some great relics to a new shop when they added the weekly difficulty. Okay, so they're improving it. So that's what I mean. It's like I should just go back and probably update my review after a while. So that's good. I'm glad about that. Handle update. Kind of need to replace unreleased steel money. Let me think here. I want to report. Fuck you, Bob. Ignore me. Give me a second. I'll look at chat in a second. I have a different button now, and I need to have it work in a similar way. But it's technically a separate button, so I have to kind of sneakily handle the way that I push the button here, especially because there's actually two buttons. There's B steal money and then B back to game. There's like a few ways I could do this. I could get rid of the buttons and then just use it like a timer. I can move all the functionality to the accept button, which probably would be the most reasonable. And then I think the smartest way to switch between the functionality for the button is to just do a switch on enum. It's not perfect, but it will work. Do a state switch. Guessing 1 lost. On reset minigame, get a new enum here. Hey, work computer. I hope you guys are having a nice Tuesday. You having a good day till Bob. Who's Bob? Who be Bob? What I'm gonna do is do a switch. He's the guy in the mirror. You might be schizophrenic, sir. Okay, get rid of those. Don't need that. That's our logic. And so what we'll do is we'll just pass the accept button in at the keypad instead of specifically going to guest number. Okay, minigame accept button. A little bit weird looking. Unlike we all know you are pretending to develop a game, we all know you're just milking Twitch. Yeah. I'm milking you viewers for everything that you got. That's exactly it. I don't think anybody has money anymore. I think we're all just broke. $0.01 you get per ad. I don't run ads. I hate ads. Ads suck. And you'll never get enough viewers in the game dev section of Twitch anyway to really make a lot off ads. And the moment I would run ads, I would lose viewers. So there's never a benefit to running them. I mean, I'd rather that somebody like click on me, see if they like me and want to watch me, and then after, you know, a couple months of watching me and liking me, if you want to, you know, help out the channel, just buy a sub, because then you can ignore the pre-roll ads, which Twitch forces on you, and I'll make more money off of one sub, even earning half of that $5 than any of the ads. We're back with in live TV ad breaks. Yeah, like watching a movie on, I don't know, like one of the channels, and the movie itself is like 2 hours long, but they would stretch out the entire thing to 4 hours because half of it would be ads. I definitely remember. Cool. We need to switch state then on the guessing. That should work. Complete minigame. Update the state, and that should be all we need to do. You know how pissed people would be if YouTube turned in the amount of ads from live TV. Yeah, I wouldn't be happy. I mean, if you watch YouTube on a smart TV, you do get served horrendous ads. And because they're, you know, you can't really do ad block on a smart TV very well. Even with, most of them you can't change the DNS, so if you can't update to do a local DNS server with like a pie hole, you're kind of screwed. One, two, we have a 3. Three, 5, 8, 7, let's try. Three, 5, 9, 7. Nice. That did work. Hey, Silent Wolf. Actually, I don't like using adblock on YouTube, even if it was completely fine. What locked my... locked my mouse to it? Rip, rip Bitcoin. I need to make sure the escape menu works fine on the ATM screen. Real quick. Looks like it's working. Oh. I know why that's fucked up. I can fix that. I can fix that. That shouldn't be going through the menu. I can fix that. Update trace. I do not have a function for that. Nice of it built in. Set interaction allowed to false. On our options, close. Get player on. Set interaction allowed. Let's throw it here. A little trouble watching ads, so why take away that revenue from the creator, even being a small portion of their income? Wish I could have sidebar plugins, chat on Twitch while doing my own thing. I think most, if you ask most people, I think they would prefer sponsors to ads. I agree though, I agree, I think I would much prefer, and I would much more support having a sidebar ad somewhere on the YouTube page compared to embedded ads in the video. And I think that Twitch would also benefit. I think Twitch would see higher revenue and people would be less likely to click off a stream if the ad was like a banner or on the sidebar somewhere. Even then though, I still, you know, I wouldn't, I mean, I don't know. What do I know about ads? I'm just an idiot on your screen, yapping. Just make sure that the interaction clicking double checks that boolean. Where's my interaction? Oh, it's here. Okay, interaction false. Interaction allowed. Okay, that should be fixed. Or not. It's not letting me click, but it's still doing the... It shouldn't be performing that trace. Oh, that's on close options. Where's my open? A little bit of spaghetti on that. We'll be fine. It's not giving me my trace back. Should be working. Yeah, interaction allowed. Interaction allowed. I don't think there's anywhere else that we're setting that. So we must be calling this. There might be some old code in here that I need to remove. That would make sense. That would explain why those two bits aren't working. That's better. It's still going to stay highlighted, which I don't really care. Like, yes, it's a bug, but just not worth removing it. The player can't click on it anyway, so. I'm okay with it. It is what it is. It's not returning my input back. I have to like double click A to open that again. That's a small bug though. That's easy to fix. It's not only easy to fix, but it doesn't really matter too much. I wonder what I'm returning focus back to on that. I might just be doing it to... Yeah, but if it's returning it to game only, or UI in game, although it really should just be focusing on game only. Fix that. Quick run a 3-minute ad break, free money, what, like 2 cents? I doubt that I'm even getting any real money from the pre-rolls that Twitch forces. I make like 20 cents a day off ads. Absolutely incredible. If I could turn off all the ads, I would do it in a heartbeat. Absolutely would. That time streamed. I don't know if that's unusual for me. 127 hours. Let me check the 80 hours. I guess June was pretty heavy, wasn't it? Some days I did make quite a bit off ads. Oh, quite a bit, meaning 50 cents. I wonder if I had a lot of viewers or something on that day. Weird. I do stream a lot, but I don't do it for money. I just do it to make my games, to have fun. Where is the ATM pop-up? Yeah, unclose we're not returning it, so what I could try to do is just set input back to game only. Or I could try game in UI. And just focus on like the main HUD or something. What's your take on Subnautica situation? I do not know enough about the Subnautica situation. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know how much is like, you know, for sure, how much is speculation, what the developers are saying, what the publisher is saying. I work on the platforming game, I stream it during US hours when you're offline. It's true. That would be fun. That would be a lot of content to throw up on YouTube. Okay, that fixed it. Oh. Except that pressing Y has fucked me. That's weird. It's only that once, though. The game hangs when the name on the card is Gregory Hang. That's true. That's a real card number, by the way. You guys can go buy some awesome games. We just have to get his PIN number, okay? Let's see if we can find it out. Maybe he's rich, never know. He has 29 coins, it's not bad. Gregory's living that middle-class life right there. What a lad. Only one bug. It's a lot more responsive than it was with the widgets, I can tell you that. Oh, it might be the gem collection. Yeah, trying to open up the gem collection is doing something weird. See if we can figure it out. Because we're forcing the input mode. Yeah, but the player shouldn't have that context, so it shouldn't get... Oh, it is getting hit. So maybe they do have that context. Okay, I can debug that. Player controller, enhanced input local player subsystem, has mapping context. What is this OST? This is Octopath Traveler 2. Or this might be the first one. No, this is 2. Now I need to play the game. If you've never played Octopath Traveler before, I 1000% recommend it, not just because of the soundtrack, but also because the game is good. And it's a great case study of 2.5D in Unreal Engine as well. That's just the first game. They made it look even better in the second game. A lot lot more visual effects, lighting. It's such a good game. Never played Octopath, but its music keeps popping up on Spotify. It sounds amazing. How you doing, Casper? If you like JRPGs, Octopath is great. I think it's one of the most enjoyable combat systems in a JRPG that I've played. Did they use the Paper 2D plugin? I don't know. It's not removed from the player. Okay, well, we know what the problem is. We removed Dozer in menus. Here's the thing. So yes, this is adding the Dozering menu context. Oh, because we're doing the switch with return. Why? I think I know why we're doing that. In which case, if that's true, I want to skip that sequence then. Even then, I should remove the Dozering menus. Huh. If you're looking for like a 2D start in Unreal, there's a really nice developer. Oh man, I don't know if I can find their... Wait, I think I can. This guy, Cobra Code. He makes 2D templates in Unreal that are already like set up to work with all the rendering stuff, all the pipelines, all the inputs. Everything is just ready to go. And he has a free one, but he also has some ones that you can get off his Patreon for 2D side scroller, 2D top down. He has a 2.5D, I think, as well. And I think they're all up on his Patreon or something. That's a course. Where did his Patreon go? Here it is. Yeah, classic 2D top-down, hybrid 2D top-down, legacy, side-scroller, good stuff. And I think you get them all for a pretty low price, so if you're working in like 2D stuff in Unreal, I think what this guy has made is pretty nice. And very fairly priced. This is $10 if you're curious. A pretty long course. Cool. I should have linked that to you guys. Here is his X-Link. Yep, there you go. Sorry I didn't do that. Also, how you doing, Oxio? Oxido. Kind of weird. It's like we're not specifically adding start pusher. For some reason, this is getting triggered a bit too late. Really? It's still adding the context? Huh? Add mapping context. Windows or pawn. It's not like this is getting triggered, right? No. There's an add-on switch camera, but this is just to the Dozer. Which for sure happens right away. Or not. Have I played the new Pee Wee League? No. No, I've been busy playing some other stuff that I haven't ever played before. You know what? I think it's this getting triggered. Because when we switch to the ATM, we're force closing the gold menu. It would be visible, set it to not visible, add the mapping content. I think it's specifically this, and if I unhook this, we will not get that. It should just print false. It's printing. Okay, never mind. Guess I was wrong. Not that. The gem collection. Close event, add back menus context. Might be. It might be somewhere where this should be set to false. And it's not set to false. I found it. What kind of microphone do I use? Genesis Radium 300 XLR. It's pretty cheap here in Poland. But I mean, you can use any microphone as long as you just get a nice boom, something to pull the microphone away, and then it'll focus in this direction. XLR worth using over USB? Sometimes yes. You might get better connection, and you can avoid like microphone whine. What do you think of RBG? RGB, I think it's great if it's done right. I agree. There we go. Okay. That bug is solved. That's a bug though. We're almost good here. We're almost fully solved with gamepad support. It's been hell. Then my keys are working. Okay. Why? I mean, keep in mind, I'm probably doing everything wrong with gamepad support in Unreal. I should be switching to the gallery, in which case we should have the gallery mapping context. Could be a focus issue though. Yeah, I think it was just a focus issue. I wonder... what widget we're focusing in this case. Maybe that has something to do with it. That's alright. Yeah, Terraria's a nice soundtrack. It's not very long though, is it? Very memorable, though. But it is a very small soundtrack. I think I know what the problem is, but not 100% on it. Is it possible we didn't give or we're removing the context on Switch device? Is that a possibility? No. We're enabling input. Like, the game doesn't know that we are using a gamepad right when we start the game. So it's switching us over to that, but it should still, we know it's giving us the mapping context. I don't think they're firing though. I have to like actively focus on the game window itself. But that should be done anyway right off the bat. I know that's in our startup. It's possible we need to return input back to the main HUD when you close the startup window. Let's try it. Just see if it works. Music isn't done good very often, like even the new Zelda games is often not memorable. I thought people really liked the Zelda game soundtracks. I think that fixed the issue. We only have two problems, which is... well, one problem. If I press right while it's moving, we don't have the visibility. But technically the highlighted section is correct. I touch nothing. I'm not on gamepad. I press right, this happens. So on Switch device we are... weird. I gotta open that one. Oh, not really the new ones? That's unfortunate. Do they have the same composer? Or did they switch composers? Yeah, switch device. We probably should run clear section selection and then select the initial one. Yeah, that fixes that. What's probably happening is because we set that 5-second delay here, but we do the device check here. It's gonna be kind of weird, but I'm just gonna duplicate this. Yeah, but then it's gonna select the initial selection, or the initial section again. Do I have a twink waistline? No. Nope. I'm trying to lose some weight. I do a bit of stress eating and stress drinking, alcohol. And then of course, with the alcohol you want to eat more, so it kind of spirals out and need to calm it down a bit. So I got some protein pudding for the morning, and then in the evening I'm going to do some ground turkey with stir-fried vegetables. Maybe a little bit high in the fats, but it is a lot of unsaturated fats. And it's not like it's bad high, it's just I could probably get away without using some of the olive oil when stir frying, but like I have to do it so that it doesn't stick as much. And I don't think, you know, olive oil is like horrible, right? I think it's mostly unsaturated, right? Yeah, it's a lot of unsaturated fat, so it's pretty good. And then the ground turkey obviously has some fat too, but it's barely anything compared to like beef. So I'm getting a healthy amount of fat, but it's mostly unsaturated. And a lot of protein, and a little bit of carbs. I think it's okay. A lot of vitamins too. Are we actually switching the... Where's my tick? Curious if it's updating this section. Oh, it's not happening anymore. Okay, it is updating the... Yeah, but that's weird. I think because the gallery isn't technically started yet, and when navigation selection or navigate section, no, it doesn't check. I'm definitely confused. Because we're moving in this 5 seconds. The gallery hasn't started yet. But we don't run any checks or navigate section. We do absolutely no checks. Unless in that 0.5 seconds it's actually kind of hard to re-trigger that, so I might just file it under I wear a hat when I go outside. Why is that? It's hard to trigger, but it's definitely during a very specific point in the movement. I think it's after that initial 0.5 seconds and before obviously the countdown timer. So it's while the logic of start gallery is in here. That's weird. I feel like I'd have to set the time scale. I can try that. My face is too tan? Is it really? What's the time scale node? It's not time dilation, right? Oh, it is time dilation. Maybe there should be a... Is it np2.time dilation amount? No. I didn't change it. Like, I can do it with nodes, but I kind of want to see if I can do it with... That's really weird. I don't know why that's not working, but I can just set it here. I'm gonna push that off. Although this is really hard to... I don't know, man. It's so hard to trigger properly and know what's actually occurring that I might just let this bug exist. It's not super game breaking. And it's only happening during a very, 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 very specific time. Because if you're playing the game and you get the gallery token to drop, you're already playing with gamepad, so you're not going to have the problem. It would only happen if you would press it during a super specific point. At least as far as I can tell. I'll prove that right or wrong. Okay, don't touch anything. Yeah, it works just fine. Ooh, we do have the gem collection bug here though too, I think. How did I fix that? It's not giving us back the dozering menus, right? Or it might be. I think it's because I am telling it to... That's on switch cam. On close, remove mapping context. But this is not close, this is the close event. And that should only be returning us the context if we are at the Dozer table. Clearly, however, though, that is not working. Let's see if we can figure out why. Oh, I just got shunted over to the ATM. Give me a sec. It's not working here. I'm spamming X, nothing's happening. Open the main menu, close, and it's firing. So clearly somewhere it is giving us that gem menu. It's giving us that that Dozer menu context back somewhere. Okay. Let's find where. Dozer pawn here. This is on escape menu close, but we know that this is not going to trigger. We don't need that print anymore. It shouldn't print hello. If it does, we know that something's wrong. Nope, not that one. Which camera? This is only on Dozer though, so not on the gallery. We know, I'm nearly 100% sure it's not that one. The startup pop-up. Potentially. Oh, I can't load up the menu. There, that'll give it back to me. Nope, it's not that one. Old menu. I mean, it's possible. I'm pretty sure we are calling one of these events. When switching camera. That's for the gem collection. I'm just directly collapsing it there. Something is giving it back to me. Oh, that's so frustrating. I'll find it. This little bitch. Player controller. Enhanced input. As mapping context. Dozer menus. I mean, it's something to do with the escape menu, of course. We know that. Hey Makira, it's just me. Does Firefox run way worse now? I can barely get past 200 tabs without it getting laggy and randomly crashing. Why are you opening up 200 crabs? God, tabs. Maybe you shouldn't have 200 tabs open. Ignore that. You didn't see that. That's kind of weird. Okay. It is triggering that. But it should be falsing out on there. So it's not like we're adding it back. But clearly the player is getting it. Maybe? It's calling close event on the gem menu. Where's it doing that? That's not hooked up. Here. Here. This is the culprit. Gotcha, bitch. We only want to do this if they're at the dozering. So I'm just gonna make this look a little bit more ugly. Don't do things the way that I do them here. This was a game jam game that I made fast. We should have remade it. We didn't. That was our bad. That was my bad. You know how it is, you find a link to some article or something, so you think to yourself that you'll refer to it later, so you don't close the tab, then you move on. I mean, that's why you do bookmarks. I don't have bookmarks, but I do have a Discord alt with 0 other members that has a bunch of pasted links. Sir? You have bookmarks. I'm pretty sure you can even sync them across your devices. I know that Opera allows you to do that. I would assume that Firefox also allows you to sync your bookmarks. Problem solved. You want your devices talking to each other as little as possible? Well, you can just not have it do that. I just assumed you would want that if you're somebody who uses a lot of bookmarks. I mean, to be fair, my wife also does. Just keeps all her tabs open. Why is there a green theme? Okay, so Rex, we need to fix that. So this is a temporary measure that I use. This is the gamepad support for the gallery, and I need a better looking material. Like I said, we're gonna talk a lot once I get this fully finalized. But long story short, this is so you know which section you're hovering over to collect the items. And then you have to actually press the interaction button. So I don't know, this kind of works, but I need something that looks maybe a little bit better. Maybe you can do something with the LEDs, I don't know. I don't know. No, we can't do a crosshair because then we'd have to have a virtual cursor, which would be horrible for this game. I mean, we can do it for like the player with their mouse. We can change the mouse to a custom widget if we want. But this is for the gamepad controls. Yeah, that's for gamepad controls only. If you're using mouse and keyboard, you just use the mouse cursor alone. Where are they coming? You bitch. Fuck you. But you can switch at any time, even while you're mid-game. So yeah, I don't know. If you have any way to make the... I think it's just using an overlay material is how I set it up. So you can just update the overlay material and make it look better, and it shouldn't affect the gameplay at all. Should work just fine. Minigame is ass, your ass. The game jam game, what do you expect? What did you want? I made it in 5 days. Alright, here's the big question. I know for sure that the oh, this is not working either. Why is that broken? Oh. Let's give bonus gold if we 100% it. I like the idea for that. Could be done. Okay, we're gonna have to touch restart tomorrow for the whole game, because there's a lot of input stuff that we need to fix up for that. It might not be too bad, but I assume that when I press escape here, there's gonna be something red. No, nothing red at least. That's good. Here's the thing: if you guys like the general premise of this game and you want to see a sequel to it, we can do it. But there has to be some financial incentive for that, right? Because it takes me and Rex a lot of time to implement all this stuff and bug fix. It doesn't have to be a whole lot, you know, we don't need to make $1 million, but it's got to sell, I don't know, maybe like 5,000 to 10,000 copies, and then we can say, okay, well, this is financially viable, let's make a second game, let's make it better. Be happy with 10 sales, and I'd be like, I'm in for the DLC. What the fuck? I am nearly 100% sure I didn't set up the... stuck coins. Oh, I can just have that escape. Well, I set it to escape, but it wasn't working. Whatever, just set it to explicit. I don't care anymore. Or narrative-focused DLC would... Oh yeah, narrative. You want the choose your own coin pusher game? That's better. I think on restart, what we really just need to run is... Well, the level needs to load up first, which then should be... It won't reset the game instance, so we could run on level start a quick device check. Begin play. That's weird because we haven't seen the startup pop-up, so I would think that it would add the mapping context. Maybe not. Okay, thank you for that. And again, do hotcakes still like hotcakes these days? What the fuck is a hotcake? Is it like a... I don't know, would you classify a apple pie from McDonald's a hotcake? What the fuck is a hotcake? It looks like a pancake. A pancake. Who the fuck calls them hotcakes? A thicker? Yeah, but this is like this is a pancake. It's just a pancake. Pancakes are already pretty, well, I guess if you're talking like American pancakes are thick. Because they use a little bit of baking powder. Yeah, baking powder, not soda. The one that makes things rise a little bit. That's the one. Whatever the fuck it is. Probably baking soda, actually. Because then you have like crepes, but crepes are... Those are the thin ones. Which is what most Europeans call pancakes. As far as I know. So hotcakes are more like American pancakes. You like them with corn and what? What, a crepe? Or a pancake? Pancake is like breakfast food. You eat this with corn and scallions? That's wild, bro. Just give me some of these and drizzle that all over it. That maple syrup cum. What I want. I have no clue what that is, other Zek. All I know is pancakes, maple syrup. Push. Okay, I want to lose this real quick. Yeah, you're in Sweden, Rex, so I assume that you guys probably have pretty good access to maple syrup. Maybe from Norway? I don't know. I don't know who the big maple syrup producer is in Europe, but I would assume that maybe Norway. Oh, you guys just get Canadian maple syrup, okay. That makes sense. Those coin rolls spawn weird. I wonder if they're spawning on the wrong rotational axis. Let's check that out. We're gonna do a shitload of bug testing before we finish this game up for good. Like I said, I want it to feel good when it releases. It should just be playable. Grab a gamepad, sit back, relax. And even if your mouse is a little bit jittery, it's not going to take away the gamepad from you. I think it's working. We'll do a run at some point with the debug log turned on, just to be 100% sure. But I think for now we're well, maybe the main menu. Let me double check the main menu, and I'm gonna do it in standalone. But that might be full gamepad support. Man cakes? What is a man cake? Yeah, we gotta make all those buttons look better. I don't know. We have a lot of visual stuff to still finalize. We'll get to that. Well, the next step for us would be to input Steam input support. So that you guys don't have to run DS4 Windows to get your PlayStation controllers working with it. And if we can get that done, we'll have the full gamepad support finished. Apart from any, bug fixes, right? What a headache, man. I feel like I've simultaneously learned so much about gamepad support for Unreal and also absolutely nothing. Other than I hate it. Oh, it's for the main menu. We do use the old widget here. I don't know, I'll worry about that later. I'm not going to touch the ATM anymore until we get the new art for it, the new model. And we can get that fixed up. Out of curiosity, Rex, I have our Kanban board here. I need to get you added to this. We obviously need the ATM rework to come. I'm just gonna rework. I assume that you probably won't have all that done by tomorrow. I don't want to push you, by the way. There's tons of other stuff that I can do before we get to that, so we can either talk about this off stream or something. Man cake. Oh, those look yummy. I do like those. Could I have it done by tomorrow? Let me contact you after stream to tell you specifically what we need with it. Just because I kind of maybe briefly went over it on stream, but we can just do it more properly afterward. Out of curiosity, is there anybody in chat who knows to a degree that could get this localized properly? Spanish, Russian, Chinese, German, Italian, or Korean? It is okay if not. But I figured I would ask you guys first, and I'll ask again on like the Discord or something. Quality check all widgets. We have to do that later. Achievements. We could do achievements tomorrow. And translate from English to corporate English. It would be kind of funny to have some meme language in there, like pirate speak or something. Yeah, we can't do any of this yet. Or I'm not gonna do some of this on stream, to be fair. But we could do achievements tomorrow. How about this? Rex and I are gonna talk. And maybe he'll have it done for tomorrow, maybe not. It's okay if not, by the way. Whatever happens, we'll prioritize the ATM. If it's done, if not, we'll jump onto achievements and see if we can get those working. We did check if we can get Steam trading cards. We cannot do that yet until the game gets like popular enough, essentially. So we can't do trading cards or backgrounds or whatever. None of that. Thankfully, that just means I don't have to like spend money making it all. Just an ATM with some buttons. I'll at least like, I'll just send you like a mock-up drawing. We already talked about the icons. And then I can rework where the ATM widget is placed. So either way, we get it done. I don't think it'll take more than an hour to get it all fixed up in game. And then we can move on to achievements, or we don't have it done, and I'll just start working on achievements and we can pick up the ATM when we're done. So there's no rush on it. I will just prioritize these two. There's a couple of icons that need fixed too. Like I said, I'm going to get you added to this board. Don't worry though, you will be anonymous on it, so it's not like you'll get doxxed or anything. There's just a couple of icons we need to get fixed. And we're almost to the point where we can do a full lighting review. And see if there's any way to make Lumen look better, or just whatever. We need to do a full lighting review. Audio, I do have to look at the audio too. I gotta do that. Okay. We'll get this sorted out. One thing at a time. Okay, either way, tomorrow most likely ATM and achievements will be done. Alright guys, thank you for watching today. I'm glad that we got the gamepad support done, and for the most part it looks like it's working without issues, so I will upload this to our branch. We're gonna get the new design. We can do, by the way, Rex, we can do I'll talk to you about it later, of course, but we can do an overlay material for the ATM buttons as well, I think. So we probably need a custom overlay material for the gallery. It doesn't have to look fancy, it just has to be noticeable. And then one for the keyboard keys too, or whatever you're hovered on. It can be an overlay material or just a custom material, just we need a way to visually show that we're hovering over these keys. Thanks, man. I'm gonna get that added so I don't forget. Gallery, minigame, overlay material. ATM keyboard. This is kind of part of the rework, but I'll just add it separately. Alright. That's what I'll do tonight. I'll contact you, we'll get this sorted out, I'll get you added to the Kanban board, and then tomorrow we can jump in and finalize the ATM and maybe finalize the achievements too, depending on how quickly it can be implemented. However, this needs Steam API to be implemented, and I have no idea how we do that, so we'll try to figure that out on stream together. I mean, I have some Steam API implemented, don't I? Wait, do I? I mean, I have it at least showing on Steam. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out tomorrow. Where'd my game go? Oh, there it is. Get out of here. Oh, I might have clicked like launch on mobile or something, I don't know. I clicked something weird. That was my fault. Alright, let's see. Reworked ATM minigame for better. It's not fully finished yet, the rework of the ATM minigame, but it's mostly finished. 95%. Reworked ATM minigame for better. Gamepad support. 6 lots of gamepad related buggeroos. A lot of them. ATM rework to main. You know, to be fair, we can probably just keep working on the rework ATM branch while we get the new mesh in, and then we can merge that to main and then switch over to achievements as a separate branch. So that's what I'll do. Okay. Alright. I'm not Hitler saluting, I'm just... It's hot. I'm trying to air out. You have to say that nowadays. Alright, guys. Thank you so much for watching me today. Have a rice nest of your Tuesday. That's right. I said it right. I will see you tomorrow for more Coin Dozer Reloaded, and we will finish up the ATM finally, and that should be pretty quick, and then we'll jump into achievements. So if you're curious about that, Rice does sound good. If you're curious about us implementing achievements and getting those designed, that's what we're going to do tomorrow. So guys, take care. Peace. See you on Wednesday. Cheers, guys. Bye-bye.